You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9. Stay connected through The Link each morning on Breeze 93.9 FM.
senso umota mega historia Diski tempo nanciano resta poco na tempo Pula na historia Tango bonito Imas onko nagimatus San Dionisio Escuela Nepke Sanchez Richard Huerta Hablando y original Nadine Strosso Gimatu San Dionisio Iseng sungumata Kisan Hazan Wahan Iseng sungumata Mega Historia Diski tempo nancion Resta pago na tempo Pula na historia Tango bonito Y forte santo Amunet Mung iilaw Uzun ilugar Tani pumetetehi Iseng sung y forte Nuestre de la soledad Iseng sung umorta Kisan hazan wahan Iseng sung umorta Mega historia Diski tempo nancion Resta pago na tempo Pula na historia Tango bonito Ekomuk historia Ekomuk todo Puri senso umata Ekomuk todo
Chris and Sabrina with The Link. The Link. Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Feeling the uncertainty, and now you're putting all your trust in me to build a better life with you. Turn this house to a home, start a family with my baby girls. But there's no happiness if there's no trust. Like Barry said, they gonna talk about us. So I'ma need my nanny girl in my corner, cause it's just you and me against the world. And you got a time you've been waiting on, and I got a life I've been waiting for. And we know love ain't got no crystal ball that can help us understand. Made my mistakes and you made yours, and now I appreciate you way more. And we know love ain't got no crystal ball that can help us understand how to make a perfect plan, how to make a perfect man, how to make a perfect man, how to make a perfect man.
We love with no instructions to follow or show us the way. Keep smiling with just a little bit of faith, it'll work out okay. Even if we doubt, I can't lie, I'm all in. Let's make a promise to be there, cause it's worth it, worth it.
You got a time you've been waiting on, and I got a life I've been waiting for. And we know love ain't got no crystal ball that can help us understand. Made my mistakes and you made yours, and now I appreciate you way more. And we know love ain't got no crystal ball that can help us understand how to make a perfect plan, how to make a perfect plan, how to make a perfect plan, how to make a perfect. Now we can hit the road and you can be the show. See, I'ma sell the tickets and let everybody know. I can't see the future, I can't tell your fortune. We don't have to look hard to see what's important. I know you made a couple bad memories. Let's make a pact to stick together, never leave. Won't you let me paint that picture, lead the way and take me with you. As long as I'm your man, we don't need a perfect plan. You got a time you've been waiting on,
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
This year, make Dad's Day with gifts from the Home Depot. Save on all the best ideas by shopping in-store or on the app. Choose from new innovative tools, top-rated grills, or even the latest smart cameras and devices for your home. Because what Dad doesn't love? New gear. The best gifts for the best dads. And you'll find them all at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. See store for details. Restrictions apply.
Join us each week for Talking Shop Tuesdays on The Link. Tune in every Tuesday morning and see Chris, Sabrina, and the rest of the crew take on challenges using different products in their own unique ways. Whether it's using familiar items or new products hitting the shelves, it is bound to be competitive and super entertaining. It's Talking Shop Tuesdays on The Link. Brought to you by your friends at Pacific Grocers. Brands you trust by people you trust.
Celebrate Jeep Freedom Days here at Cars Plus. We have great deals across all Jeep models, like the 2021 Jeep Wrangler, the longest-lasting 4x4 SUV brand, or the 2021 Jeep Gladiator, the most capable off-road mid-size pickup truck crafted for adventure. Plus, all vehicles come with Guam's only lifetime powertrain warranty. Call us at 477-7807 or visit carsplusguam.com to get pre-approved online today.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
A great burger is about balance. So with triple the beef, naturally we triple the cheese.
What about triple the bacon?
This guy gets it. My triple bacon cheesy jack combo. Only at Jack in the Box. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Small drink and small fries.
Wings and cheesy bread. Available at your nearest Domino's location for just $10.99. Offer only available for delivery. Or you can choose our carryout special for just $10. Save time. Order online at Domino's.gu today.
Our World War II survivors have endured more sacrifice, suffering, fear, hope, and perseverance than we can ever imagine. Their stories have been passed down from generation to generation and have become a central part of the legacies and histories of our families. As we commemorate our 77th annual liberation, we invite you to share these stories and special memories as we present My Liberation Hero. During the month of July, KUAM will feature these tributes on KUAM News as well as on our digital platforms. We ask that you start your video or written submissions with the phrase, My Liberation Hero is. And please submit pictures of your heroes if you have them. Send your emails to liberation@kuam.com. And let's give everyone a chance to reflect and remember these special times and people in our history. Happy 77th Liberation Day, Guam.
Brought to you by Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Ordot Dental Clinic, and Vince Jewelers.
Die sombran zelten meg, et zu ite saluda, antes diu hum niga, radzaudzan mal
like estrellas, durante todo en mi mundo. A nogi distancia, como kupugi palu, zangiman malak guafi, ikonum nasugi airi, prebatu la noci, nai banderata gaigi, pues atan fanny bandera, kau esta pagua pumalapa, giluk tanu man libri, sentamiti man ko badi.
Fanogi chamoru puritanota kantai matunonya gitoru iluga Paraiona,
Right on. Good morning. Good morning. Morning, Jason.
I wonder if anybody heard that little. Let me clear my throat and let me.
Yeah. Oh, did you hear that?
Yeah.
Hey, morning, Joe, sir.
You like reverse hock the loogie and.
Yeah, I did. There's something in there. It's a rough morning with the sinus.
Yeah, you gotta free up that space in your,
right
in your
on.
lungs. But well done. That was a good one.
Thank you, my friend. And good morning. It's Friday. Friday, whoa, business, yelling. Oh, I am yelling. Hi, Sabrina.
Yeah, and
Morning.
Morning.
Man, wait. Okay, both of us are comic book nerds, right?
Yeah.
What was that one character who like drew up on the power of the sun? I mean, there were several actually.
There's Superman is one. There's a lot of them.
Well, Sunfire.
Sunfire,
the Japanese
Uh-huh,
mutant.
yeah.
He was awesome, by the way.
It was pretty cool.
No, but it seems like that's what you're doing this morning because we got this beautiful sunrise that
Beautiful.
Joe Sir captured.
What a beautiful morning.
And somehow the fact that it's been so unbelievably hot.
Hot, man.
That's what you are. You're that David Lee Roth song. You're crazy from the heat.
Oh, thanks, bro. Appreciate it. That's Jason Solis, my friends. He's ready to go this morning.
Okay, you guys, you know what I just realized too? You know what happened 27 years ago today?
Oh, what, Jay?
I remember it was in the middle of a volleyball tournament. I was going to what used to be Gibson's to go grab lunch. And I walked in, like the back entrance of Gibson's and everybody was hovered around like the audio visual section, like watching TV. And I was like, what's going on? Are they showing like a movie or something like that? And everybody's like, O.J. Simpson's on the run. He killed somebody.
Oh, wow.
I was like, that happened 27 years ago today. One of the biggest day in sports because O.J. was on the run. The New York Rangers had a ticker tape parade down Broadway. It was Game 5 of the NBA Finals with the Knicks and the Houston Rockets. And the World Cup for the men was being held in the United States for the very first time. They kicked off all on this day. And then the OJ thing happened too.
I remember that. The white Bronco.
The white Bronco.
What year was that?
June 17th, 1994.
Wow. There you go. Yeah, so it's June 18th here in Guam. However, it is June 17th in America, where Sabrina is right now, live in sunny Las Vegas. Good morning, Bree.
Good morning.
How
It's
you-
like
Also
112
Juneteenth
degrees
is-
out here. You're complaining about it being hot.
Oh, God. 112 degrees. guys.
112?
But you know what? Our 98
yeah,
degrees.
there's an excessive heat alert.
Ooh.
That's one of those things that like.
What do they do? They turn on a siren or something? Like, hey, guys, it's so hot.
That's one of those like those boxes that like Landon hasn't checked off like his to-do list yet. You got the vapors now, or what?
I'm just this is Las Vegas right now.
I don't think we've ever had like an excessive heat alert, right? That's one of the things that Landon.
It's
wants
like
to
every
check
day,
off.
bro. Don't be panty. These guys in the States are panty. They're like, oh my God, it's hot. Put out an alert.
Dude, it was hot yesterday. I went for like my walk, and normally I'll walk for an hour. I gassed out at like the 40th minute. I was like, I can't take this anymore.
Wow, the
It was
40th minute, huh?
Really, really hot.
On this, since you started this on this day in history kind of thing,
Why, yes.
it was on this day in 1991 that Bryan Adams released "Everything I Do, I Do It for You."
Because Robin Hood.
Robin Hood,
Prince
remember
of
that?
Thieves came out.
With what?
Kevin Costner.
Yeah.
With a absolutely horrendous British accent.
Yeah, Kevin Costner was a thing, guys, back in the day. My mom had the biggest crush on Kevin Costner. Bruce Springsteen. She's into them white boys. Oh, Bree's ring light went out.
Whoa.
Oh, my God. Hey, it's 6:30, Friday, June 18th. As always,
Did you like Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves?
No, I don't want to know. At the time, sure, Kevin Costner was big, remember? Tatanka.
Yep.
then remember
Dances with Wolves did win the Academy
Yeah.
Award for Best.
And then he had Waterworld. Remember, the Waterworld was hot. dude. I watched that in cinema in Agania. It was like, what is that? East Agania?
No, that's crazy because I
Yeah.
watched Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves in the old Agania Theater, which
Yeah.
has been like, okay. it
And the
used to
whole
be
time it was like, why does he have vaginas on his neck? In Waterworld. It was gills, but it was
gills,
like,
but
dude,
yeah.
I don't want to. I was like, are you sure this is PG?
No, but remember that all the things that what used to be a Agania Theater, it was a movie theater, and then it became like a zoo.
Yeah.
Remember, it was Circus.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Which
yeah.
was like a nightclub or something like
Yep,
that.
yep. And then it
now
became
it's been
Staywell.
Staywell for like a number of years now. But I mean,
Right.
that building has had like schizophrenia for like a number of years. It's been so many different things.
Right.
I only watched movies in that theater just one time, but I liked it. It was a good theater.
Yeah.
Nothing like Hoffaday 1, though. Hoffaday 1 was the ultimate experience.
Right, yeah. You ever try and drive by there? They're still up, but it's like closed. I mean, they still have posters.
Oh, I go by there and I take pictures sometimes, and it
Right.
says, like, now appearing Lemony Snicket's.
Wow. That's where I watched the first, the Batman one with Michael Keaton.
In 1989.
Right, yeah.
And Jack
Good
Nicholson.
times. Guys, every
That's why I
Friday.
watch Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah, every morning, actually, we start off and we never know where we're going to go with Jason. So that's where we went. We kind of talked a little bit of movies at 6:31. The show is brought to you by our friends at Pacific Points, IT&E, Cabo Enterprises, and Jack in the Box. This is The Link, guys. Sabrina Salas Matanani. My name is Chris. That's Jason Salas. Joe Sir is running the whole thing on this. Whatever you see, he's doing it. Master Control. Thank you, guys. Remember, we go on KUAM TV at 8 o'clock. We fix ourselves, and then we come on, and we just power through the last couple hours of the show. As always, a big show. You know, Fridays, we got a lot of... Sorry. Is it okay? I got a haircut the other day.
No,
I know it's okay, though, because my barber was like, handsome gentleman. You're handsome gentleman to TV. Everybody look at you. You handsome. That's all right? Sticking up in the back? Okay.
Well, you know, when I was, you know, because when we were in quarantine, like, I kind of forcibly let my hair, like,
Yeah,
grow
you were
out.
looking pretty ragged there.
Yeah, it was. I was doing like the
Grizzly.
grunting, and so when I got my haircut for the first time in like 7 months, I went back there and I was like, and I've gone to the same beautician for like 21 years now, Miss
Right,
K over.
yeah.
At, shout out to Miss K over at like Hairtown. She's an angel. She's wonderful. But I was like,
Hairtown in the house.
I was like, hey, you know, I'm thinking
Hairtown fam, what up?
I'm thinking of maybe just like, can you just cut it like around the side and clean it up? But I want to like leave it long. I want to like
You
go
wanted a
back to my
mullet,
rock.
yeah.
And she's like, no, you look like a troublemaker. And I was like, all right.
You look like a troublemaker?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So she's the boss. What she says, I do.
Yeah. Well, good morning. 6:33.
Maggie Monroe Anderson Bree is saying, I heard it was 118 in Vegas yesterday. She said it hit 118.
Wow.
Good Lord.
I think
Yeah,
it's
that's
112 right now. I mean, how hot is it though, Bria? Please explain, because it's been hot here and we know what Guam hot is. But when you go outside, is it boom? Does it hit you right away or?
Like I've described before, it's like a dryer, you know. It's just instant. Once you walk outside, it's like, oh, I can barely breathe.
I mean, you
It's so
can
hot.
tolerate that for a few minutes and everything. But I mean, Guam, you walk out and you sweat.
You can tolerate it, you know, as you walk to your car. you
Yeah.
know, and to blast the AC.
I think
It's
I could
just
tolerate it just because
ridiculous.
it's Las Vegas, and I'd be like, "Oh, we're in Vegas, guys. Who cares how hot it is? We survived a pandemic." Good morning, Facebook Live. Rosemary LaGuardia.
Yeah.
Good morning, team.
Chris Cave down in PD. Half a day to our friends at the port. Port
How
strong.
about Bree's relatives, the Agagis, Hofaloa, good morning. Guam from Eva Beach, Hawaii.
Nice.
Emma Olalia, good morning. Clovis Logan, I love Guam. Good for you.
Nestor Quintanilla himself is checking in, but
Nice.
he was actually saying that his daughter Jada, whose music we featured here,
Yeah.
he said she's got a new single coming out soon. So Nestor, as soon as it's ready, let us know, bro. We'd
Right
be
on.
happy to give her her the shine.
Bev Test, J Salas, Hoffaday, Familin KAM. Biba Betness. Yep. Friday, guys. Father's Day weekend.
What do you have planned for Father's Day, Chris?
We're still debating. I gave the kids a 3 choice. I was like, okay, so this morning I was like, do you want daddy to slave all day and cook a awesome meal? Like I'm talking red rice, barbecue chicken, barbecue ribs, potato salad. But I got to be the one to make it because I just got to.
It sounds like a leading question.
Yeah. I was like, or do you want to eat out or do you want me to get food? And of course they were like, we want you to cook. But then my boy Chase was like, no, Dad, this shouldn't work on Father's Day. He's always going to bat for me, making them daddy points.
I didn't tell you one little thing though.
And then Channing was like, oh, he likes to cook. What?
Speaking of Father's Day, I didn't tell you one little thing. Remember how I said I got candles for you and Joe Sir down
Yeah.
at Cathedral?
Yeah.
And I went down there and I ran into our friend Phil Roberto. You know, he runs like the venue.
The venue,
you know,
that's
he,
right,
He
yeah.
worked for former Governor Kaleo Moylan for
Lieutenant
a number of
Governor
years.
Cleo, yeah.
Yeah, he's been on the show. He's a really, really good guy. So
Yeah.
he also volunteers at the gift shop down at Cathedral. I did not know
Oh,
that.
wow, that's cool.
So I went in there and I was like, "Hey, Phil, it's Jason." He's like, "Hey, yeah, how you doing?" And I was like, "Yeah, you know, I'd like to get some candles for some family members and some friends of mine." So I put him in there, and I typed out the list because, of course, my penmanship sucks. So he's like, okay, so we can do this. Yes, yes, yes. And then he looked up at me. He goes, "You sure you only want to get one candle for Barnett? You might need a few more."
Might be a fire hazard, guys. So what? Did you get a discount?
No, I love contributing to the church, but they also said that for Mother's Day, they got 600 candles that they put on the altar.
Wow.
And they said for the Father's Day candles are actually selling quite well.
But not 600.
They didn't tell me the number yet,
Yeah.
but I'm sure it's gonna. And so if you did buy a candle, they're going to be placed on Saturday evening, and then His Excellency Archbishop Michael Burns is going to bless them. Then they're going to be lit at the 9:30 Mass on Sunday.
It's gonna be lit.
Yeah.
6:36. Tony Martinez. Good morning. Josie Akfaji. Maggie Monroe Anderson. Good morning. Ben Kai Santos. Here's who's coming up on the show. We're going to head down to Molesto and check in with my buddy Will Naden. It's the 4th annual Molesto Pier Project. It's a volunteer-driven community outreach to clean up the Molesto Pier. And then we're holding an impromptu Mayor's Council meeting at 7:30, guys. We're getting Maguila Mayor Alan Ungata, Agate Mayor Kevin Siswico, and the President of the Mayor's Council, Mayor Jesse Alley, because there was a meeting yesterday, Bree.
Right. There supposedly was a meeting with Parks and Recs and I believe the PD mayor to discuss what's going to happen with what's the ultimate final decision for the Vicente Luntiaco Cemetery in PD. And that's where the stories that we've reported, they have those mini homes over the COVID gravesites.
Right. And so
many have said that, there's a concern about it because if there's a natural typhoon, a lot of the homes and the materials could go airborne.
Yep. And so
wreaking havoc in the community.
What had happened was DPR director, is it Rocky Alcantara?
Yeah.
Okay. Rocky Alcantara.
Yes.
We did an interview with him and they were kind of unclear on which way to go, but then he got the word from the hatchet man up at Adelup. The chief of staff, John Jr. Calvo, big bad John Jr. Calvo, said, "Tear it down!" Yeah, so they were. That word came from the chief of staff. I like how in the letter, Mr. Alcantara was like, "Yeah, it's not my call, guys. It's the chief of staff. Okay, check John Jr. Calvo if you got a problem with it." So John Jr. Calvo gave the green light to the Department of Parks and Rec director, Mr. Alcantara, to go ahead and notify these people who have built these things up that they have to tear them down. So if you got a problem, maybe you just go to the top of the food chain and go to Adelup and check John Jr. Calvo and have him explain why he thinks you guys should be following the rules. And that's kind of what it came down to was in that release, or it was a letter or whatever, they were saying like, hey, you guys know you're not supposed to build anything above the ground, so why are you doing it? Now you got to tear it down. But it's sad. It's a complicated issue because I definitely feel for those people who are trying to memorialize, especially if they are COVID-related deaths, right? These guys are just trying to build a place where, these people are resting eternally and they want to make it nice for them.
And in Pacific culture, that's very often a tradition in the way you honor your loved ones is you actually build a house around their final resting place.
Vic
so they'll always be with you.
Who does the One Micronesia podcast, said that they do this and Bree?
Right. I had asked about this actually when the story first came out. I sent this to pictures to Vic and I said, hey, do they do this? And yeah, he was saying, yeah, they do.
Right. Yeah. And also the Philippines, sir? Yes, sir. Yeah, they do in the Philippines. I've never seen it.
And like in Palauan culture, it's like they built like on the stilts and like above ground.
Yeah.
Palauan architecture is beautiful.
Beautiful. All Micronesian architecture is. But
these are pretty extravagant.
Yeah,
they're
elaborate.
Put a lot of money into these homes.
Yep. Construction never stopped, like they say. But if you looked at some of the B-roll from the story we ran the other day, Bree, it looks like people are still building these houses because you saw the hollow blocks, right, with the mortar being stacked up. So it looks like they're still being built.
Man, so I wonder if there is like...
Then what do you do when these people just say, I'm not going to take it down? Do you go bulldoze it, or what do you do? You get John Jr. Calvo to get down there with his sledgehammer and break stuff down? I'd like to see that. Take his shirt off and just hammer away.
I'm wondering too. Are these? I mean, are they because these are?
I just wanted to give you guys a visual. If you know John Jr. Calvo, he's a cuddly guy. You know what I mean? Imagine him with his shirt off, just banging that sledgehammer. I told you guys, follow the rules.
Because these are residential structures, I'm wondering, like,
You're
are they,
so
are they
bad.
already insured too?
I don't know. We don't know anything about it. They just built
Because
stuff.
that would definitely muddy the process too. I mean, if they're like insured structures and like they've,
Yep, that's hard, bro. It's a hard call. You know what I mean? What do you think, Bree?
Right. But
Go ahead.
I just think that, come on, nobody saw this
Yeah, of
going
course.
up. I
Yep.
mean,
Well, I mean, are you even surprised? You look at these parks, like, what's Parks and Rec doing? I mean, half these parks are overgrown. They're trash everywhere. I'm not surprised. We went to that freaking 1,000 steps over there in Pauget, and it's like, bro, what are you guys doing?
that's true.
Yeah, they're negligent. They're derelict in their duties.
And
what was the thing?
and we hear the excuse, well, it's the COVID.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And what was the thing you say? The thing you were saying, Chris, you were like, the place may be called 1,000 steps, but we saw like at least
1,000
4,000
trash.
tires.
Yeah. You're the best. You're the best.
The steps are outnumbered by the tires. That is absolutely insane.
Yeah, it is terrible. Yeah, so that's that. I feel for those families. Tough call. Tough call. What do you think, though, guys? I mean, should they have to tear it down?
I wonder if there are lawyers paying attention to this and they're going to say, that there may be a case because now this is, if it's in observance of a cultural tradition, I mean, there's the permitting issue, there's the insurance issue, like I said, and everything like that. There's the cultural issue. I mean, there's like 6 or 7 arguments you can make for this.
I want to hear from the people who built it, but we can't find any of them. If you guys know anybody who built the stuff, we want to hear your side of it. What were you thinking? I don't mean like, hey, what were you thinking? I know, but what were you, what were you, yeah, okay, what were you thinking? There. At 6:43, who else coming on the show? We have Sergeant Paul Tapau, Guam Police Department, Mr. Selba Bauta, the transit director, and then the Micronesia Chefs Association. This is pretty neat. They're doing an in-person food festival thing. And it is, what is it, Jay? Cultural sustenance. Food is culture. And it's 8 local chefs, cultural and historical presenters. And it's done in conjunction with a whole bunch of people. Humanities Guahan, the Guam Community College. And yeah, it's going to be in person, guys. The seating is limited. So we're going to talk all about that with Chef Peter Duenas, the outdoor chef.
Yeah, I was going to say, the Humanities Guahan's done these kind of workshops for a few years.
They just like to eat. They're like, okay, how can we eat? Okay, let's do a thing with the chefs.
No, but it also helps train the students over at GCC.
Of course,
in those types of settings. So that's a good thing.
Yeah, and we're definitely some of the biggest supporters of the GCC Culinary Academy.
Also some of the biggest consumers.
Yep, nothing to do with the fact that we get food out of the arrangement. Nothing at all.
We'll take one for the team, right?
Right, yeah. It's just all about community sacrifice. When you're doing community work, guys, you know what I mean? You don't think about yourself.
When you see Chris Barnett out in the community and he's rocking that belly, he did that for you.
I did that for you. Sacrifice, guys. I could be totally buff, but I'm doing this for you guys. I could have abs by now, but I want to support GCC and the culinary. So Fridays, guys, we do Feed Me Fridays. Another reason why I don't have abs is that we have a sponsor thing, and I got to go. We got to go, and we do this eat out every week.
Oh, yeah, it sucks to be you.
Yeah, so we're doing it. Chris and Lacey, that's me. Lacey's not me. She's in the back. She's one of the news people. We go talk food and culture at King's. Then we got Sports Link today with Dave Delgado. Huge week in Island Athletics. He's going to recap everything. We got the One Micronesia podcast. Hudley, this is Peter Cruz. This guy was with Tribal Theory. It was a great band. I actually shared the stage with them a couple times. They're awesome. But he's kind of doing his own thing. So he goes on Vic's podcast to talk about his music and following his dream. And one thing I like about Peter is he does this. If you go on YouTube, you see a lot of these virtual duets where one person is over here and then the other person's in another state.
He did that for Songs of Freedom last year, the Nalatla
so
concert.
we aired one the other day where he did one with Amanda, Gerard Affoley's daughter. And then he also did one with Josh Netmaulik, where he's playing a bunch of the instruments and then he goes to the other performers. So I think that's really cool to see these collabs. I really encourage that, guys. Our local music scene, it's so awesome. There's so much talent. And there are artists who work together, but we should start seeing, especially cross-genre, you know what I mean? I want to see the guys from A Long Drive Home do a duet with John Dank Show or 4-piece band or reggae.
That would truly be a super group.
Be awesome.
And again, you know who's the person who
Right.
really, really promotes
And
that?
you know, just a reminder that, NBC in next year, in the spring of 2022, they're having a new show called the American Song Contest, and so it's guaranteed that they're going to select an act from every state and every territory. So this is your opportunity to submit your work, and it has to be an original, to this contest and get a chance to be a part of this show and a part of this program. You can go to americansongsubmissions.com, or you can go to Instagram at American Song Submissions. So give it a shot, because it's guaranteed that somebody from Guam will go
Right.
and participate.
There you go, guys. And I'm going to go ahead and make it fair and not enter a song. JK. Now, we've got so many great artists. If you guys do enter, let us know, and then, we'll share your submission. And Jason will pop that up in the link comments for you guys. Guys, 6:47, let's go ahead and get into the news now with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Reporting live from Las Vegas, where it's currently 112 degrees, straight up hot. Sabrina Salas-Matanani with the very latest. Good morning, Sabrina.
Off today, everybody. Procurement Chair Senator Sabina Perez's informational hearing on sole source procurements gets underway today. Perez will be looking at all contracts under sole source and emergency procurements for calendar year 2020. The hearing comes after a slew of purchases filed with the Guam legislature showed little to no supporting information on some 20 pages of sole source and emergency purchases. The senators raised questions about the real need for sole source and emergency procurement of services and goods, and whether regular procurement should or could have been used for purchases makes. The informational hearing gets underway today, 9:30 in the morning at the Guam Congress Hall. Crime in quarantine, 4-year-old Nathan James Diaz-Punzalan charged with indecent exposure and harassment. According to a magistrate's complaint, he's accused of entering a woman's room 3 times. On the 3rd time, he allegedly had his pants below his crotch area and stroking his penis. With his other hand, he allegedly was gesturing for her to be quiet. The victim yelled at Punzalan. He ran back to his room. The incident occurred on the 16th. Both were quarantined in separate rooms at the Dusit. With more news, here's Tyler Mazzanani.
When it's an half day, everyone, I'm Tyler Mazzanani with your headlines here on The Link. On the day he turned 46 years old, Dino Chargaloff Cruz found himself behind bars for allegedly shooting his relative. He faces aggravated assault as a 2nd and 3rd degree felony with a special allegation for possession or use of a deadly weapon in the commission of felony, possession of an unregistered firearm, and theft of property as 3rd degree felonies. According to the complaint on Wednesday, police responded to the residence to find a male victim with a gunshot wound to his leg. Cruz told officers the victim is a distant relative that he allowed to live with him, quote, in hopes of being a positive influence, unquote, to the victim. Documents state that after Cruz saw the victim with a vehicle he took from his friend, an argument ensued and he grabbed a stolen firearm, walked toward the victim, and told him to get inside the house or he would shoot him. But the victim did not comply. The victim was transported to the hospital. He is in stable condition. Cruz was released on a $1,000 personal recognizance bond and ordered to house arrest. His next court hearing was set for July 7th. Wireless and landline services at the E911 Communications Center went down just after 9 a.m. Thursday. That meant that if the public needed immediate emergency services such as fire, EMS, or police, they were asked to call directly or proceed to the nearest fire station or police precinct. GFT spokesperson Cherika Chargaloff said their service provider, GTA Teleguam, was notified of the situation, and about an hour later, service was restored, and emergency lines were back in service. GTA released a statement saying there was an issue at its Agana Central office that impacted landline calls to a portion of subscribers. It's also where all local 911 calls are aggregated. Former Guam Department of Labor employee 26-year-old Jerome Michael Cruz was sentenced to 10 months imprisonment for attempting to obtain $93,000 in pandemic unemployment assistance and federal pandemic unemployment compensation benefits. KUAM's Adriana Cotero reports.
I don't buy it, I really don't. And the fact that you bought a Camaro sports car to go to work, that is totally irresponsible, and you should be ashamed of yourself. This is very reprehensible. Your conduct is unforgivable. These were some of the final words Chief Judge Francis Tadinko Gatewood told former Guam Department of Labor employee Jerome Cruz before announcing his sentencing. Cruz is accused of committing pandemic unemployment assistance, or PUA, and federal pandemic unemployment compensation, or FPUC, fraud in September of last year. He pled guilty to federal program theft and accessing protected computer in furtherance of fraud. At the time of the incident, Cruz was employed full-time by GDOL as a customer service representative, in which during the COVID-19 pandemic, he assisted customers with PUA and FPUC claims. According to court documents, he allegedly submitted an application for PUA and FPUC benefits and falsely certified that he was unemployed and was eligible for the federal assistance. On October 13, 2020, Cruz was transferred within GDOL and lost his access to the PUA and FPUC computer system. But this didn't stop him. Cruz allegedly used the login credentials of other GDOL employees to access the department's computer system for processing. As stated in court, under the access, he modified existing PUA claim orders for multiple people, including his mother and father, and changed the payment method from paper check to direct deposit into his bank account. He ultimately received about $14,000 in benefits and attempted to obtain an additional $79,000 for a total intended loss of $93,000. Assistant Federal Public Defender Leilani Lujan motioned for a downward variance, stating that the reason why he committed the crime was because of financial challenges. The government opposed the variance as they are already recommending the low end of the sentencing guidelines. Assistant U.S. Attorney Ben Petersburg stating that on November 5th, the defendant was confronted by GDOL and was terminated, but even so afterward, he continued to file fraudulent claims. Cruz addressed the court stating that he knew what he was doing was wrong at the time, but he was going through financial problems and was behind in rent. Chief Judge Francis Tadinko Gatewood questioned why Cruz bought a Camaro with the money, and he stated that he needed it to get to work, but the court wasn't buying it. Chief Judge denied the defense's motion and said, long story short, you were an agent, you were a public servant assigned to the Department of Labor, and this money was supposed to be used for people to survive. You took advantage of your position. The judge sided with the government and sentenced the defendant to 10 months imprisonment and a 3-year supervised release term on both counts to run concurrently. The court also ordered Cruz pay back every single amount of money taken from DOL within the next 3 years. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Adriana Cotero.
At least 3 attorneys were previously appointed to Matthew Manabusin. However, all had some sort of conflict. Manabusin is accused for the April fatal shooting of Joshua Meno, whose lifeless body was found along Swamp Road in Dededo. Attorney Terrence Timblin has been assigned to the case, but Manabusin confirmed that he and his family will continue to seek a private attorney. He's being charged with 2 counts of murder as a first-degree felony and 1 count of aggravated assault as a second-degree felony, all with special allegation for the possession or use of a deadly weapon in the commission of a felony. He was also charged with the possession of a firearm without a firearms ID as a third-degree felony. A status hearing is set for Tuesday with jury selection slated for July 20th. A letter that public health says should never have gone out is what triggered some panic amongst the foster care community Wednesday. As it turns out, there was never a real threat to critical health insurance coverage for their foster children. Here's more.
Public health spokesperson Janella Carrera says the letter that shouldn't have been sent was written by someone who was in an acting capacity and not vetted by upper management.
The acting Human Services Program Administrator was not aware of the facts as they developed. And, had the right set of eyes gotten on that letter before it went out, then, we would have been able to sit down and discuss the options or what developments were happening.
The letter advised that the foster care would no longer be covered by GovGuam's health insurance plan and would be replaced instead by Medicaid. That triggered a flurry of letters and concerned responses from the foster parent community to Vice Speaker Barnes and to the governor herself, all saying that the coverage must continue.
There's other services that they rely on, like mental health coverage, and other types of coverage that the GovGuam Health Insurance provides for. And so it's very important, and we recognize that. And that's why, and as I think you saw the governor's response to the vice speaker and to Senator Torres, that it's unacceptable. And it's the same with us.
She says, to be clear, the funding is available and insurance coverage for foster care will continue uninterrupted.
That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
Now, once again, here's Tyler with details from George Chambers Jr., charged with forgery, tampering with public records, and unsworn falsification.
Instead of the squeaky wheel getting oiled, the squeaky wheel got witch hunted and crushed. That's how Defense Counsel William Bischoff described the Department of Labor's response to George Chambers. Chambers filed for PUA and was initially told he qualified. However, after 2.5 months passed, he had yet to receive any financial assistance. He then called in and complained to the director's office, who noted a red flag in his case.
What was the red flag in Mr. Chambers' file that Christiane Nedidog started testifying about?
The defense argued that DOL was unable to identify what the red flag in Chambers' application was, and even admitted that he did in fact qualify for PUA because he was unable to work through the pandemic and had a child to take care of.
Nedidog finally conceded it, kind of didn't even want to look at him when she finally conceded it, but yeah, like, why are we doing this?
But according to prosecuting attorney Dennis Lee, Chambers had not been paid out because he failed to provide any proof of employment when he submitted his application to the DOL. And what he gave after he was asked raised alarms.
She didn't mention whether if it was going to be a business license that it had to be current or not current. But we're here today because of how Mr. Chambers responded to that request and the documents that he submitted.
A business license with an altered date along with 2 other documents was submitted as proof of self-employment. One of them, a receipt of payment, was barely legible. There was, however, a name and contact number. And Evangeline Cepeda of Century Realty 21 was hired as a project manager for the residence where Chambers was a tenant in 2019. Cepeda previously stated that she had no recollection of Chambers ever working for her. However, further investigation into her records revealed a letter describing work and payment to Chambers after he had in fact worked for her back in March of 2019.
It could be very clear exactly what Ms. Nedidog was looking for, and in fact, it exists. However, that was not what was submitted to Ms. Nedidog.
Bischoff said that this has become not so much a legal case, but a morality play, and that the only reason they're going after his client is because, quote, he was being a pest. Attorney Lee, however, focused on the fact that Chambers falsified documents, and that morality does in fact play a role in this case.
That business license doesn't belong to you. The information, at least on that business, we give you that copy of the original, but the information that's on there doesn't belong to you. When we talk about morality and what's material, well, it's always material whether or not something is yours.
Jury deliberation is currently underway. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
Be required with the.
Okay, looks like Bree's having some Wi-Fi issues, but let me jump in for a quick sec. Should students be required in our next story to be vaccinated with a COVID shot before heading back to class? That is precisely a question that will be discussed at a meeting with the governor and lieutenant governor today.
We're trying to make sure we vaccinate as many employees and students, eligible students, as much as we can.
And the target is to have an 80% vaccination rate. According to GDOE Superintendent John Fernandez, at least 70% of school site employees have taken the shot, but more work needs to be done to get students vaccinated.
Based on today's statistics, or the latest statistics, we'll be at about 50% for the 16 to 19-year-olds and about 30% for the 12 to 15-year-olds. So we're really discussing, ways in which we can try to move those numbers even more towards that 80%. By the time the school year starts.
Fernandez says GDOE is looking at the possibility of making a COVID shot mandatory for eligible students to return to campus for face-to-face instruction.
We know that GRMC, issued a mandate for all of its employees to be vaccinated. I'm wanting to discuss with the governor and lieutenant governor the possibility of requiring students to be vaccinated, and whether or not that's something that is able to be done legally, right, and whether that's something that people would think would be a good, policy to implement, just to promote safety in schools, but also to get our kids back to school safely and get them back into a regular routine.
If COVID vaccinations are mandatory, Fernandez is hoping that it would remove the 3 feet social distancing requirement in the classrooms.
Because we know that the CDC said that if you're fully vaccinated, the physical distancing and other requirements are going to be less critical once the vaccinations are 100%.
Mandatory vaccinations have been widely discussed amongst the governor's physicians advisory group. PAG chairperson Dr. Hoa Nguyen says it wouldn't be much different than the requirement currently in place for TB skin tests in order for students to attend school.
We mandate people to have PPD skin tests to be safe, but that's infectious, right? And COVID-19, the same thing. There's possibility that you can mandate students go back. That's why we try to push so hard during this summer for the kid to be vaccinated, because that 3 feet distance need to go away, by next year.
KUAM has also confirmed the issue is being discussed at the Department of Public Health. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Sabrina Salas, Matanani.
Guam records 5 new positive cases of COVID out of 517 samples from Wednesday. 2 cases were identified through contact tracing. 3 cases are hospitalized. To date, there have been a total of 8,266 officially reported cases of COVID, 139 deaths, 56 cases are active, and there have been a little over 8,000 recoveries. As for the CAR score, it remains at 0.4. According to the JIC, 88,923 island residents have been fully vaccinated against COVID. President Joe Biden today signed a bill establishing Juneteenth, the date commemorating the end of slavery in the United States, as a federal holiday. Biden called it one of the greatest honors of his presidency. He signed the bill before June 19th, which is Juneteenth. Vice President Kamala Harris commented, "We have come and we have far to go, but today is a day of celebration." President Biden, in the meantime, says time will tell if his summit Wednesday with Russian President Vladimir Putin is successful. There was some progress on issues such as arms control, but the two sides seem to be far apart on other key issues, including cyber attacks. Natalie Brand reports.
President Biden is back at the White House following his summit with Russian President Vladimir Putin, saying the test of whether it was successful will come in the next several months.
I did what I came to do.
Among the takeaways, the two sides agreed to restart a strategic dialogue on nuclear arms control.
We used to engage with them seriously when they were the Soviets on arms control. We weren't doing that over the past years. We need to again now. That's a useful thing.
But on the issue of cyber attacks, tensions remain. In his news conference, President Putin refused to acknowledge Russia's role in recent cyber attacks, even though evidence says otherwise.
I think just throwing out these insinuations at the expert level, that's inappropriate.
President Biden says he told Putin critical infrastructure should be off limits to cyber attacks, giving him a list of 16 U.S. infrastructure sectors from energy to water systems.
And if in fact they violate these basic norms, we will respond.
Experts on the region are skeptical the summit will change Russia's cyber activity and say it's really how the U.S. responds to future attacks that will be key.
Will the Americans be able and willing to make the Kremlin pay a price that makes them pay attention? Right now, words are not going to get President Putin to behave.
Putin said he agreed to begin consultations on cybersecurity. In one other area of cooperation, the two sides also agreed to allow each other's ambassadors to return to their foreign posts. Natalie Brandt, CBS News, the White House.
And that's your news, Jason.
All right, thanks so much, Bree. We're going to go right into our first interview of the morning here, as Will Naden is someone who I have not seen in at least a couple of years, but he is a pretty remarkable young man doing a pretty remarkable thing in a absolutely picturesque part of our island. And Will, welcome to the show. Hafaday, first of all. Good to see you again, my friend. Oops. Up, unmute. There we go.
Good morning. How's it going?
There you go. We got you now. Yeah, man. It has been too long, and we're bringing you in, of course, because what should be the 5th annual Maritso Pier project, but it's now the 4th because 2020 was 2020. But you have long been a major part of this initiative and everything. So for people that may have heard about the Maritso Pier project, give us some context and everything, and let people know about what's going on and how they can contribute.
Absolutely. So the Maritso Pier project takes place, at Maritso Pier, and it's been happening since 2017. It's just this little project that me and my girlfriend have put together to kind of get scuba divers, free divers, and snorkelers to clean up the coral reef around the pier. In like a 180-degree radius, there is fishing line across all the coral, and all that fishing line collects sediment and eventually blocks out the sun, thus killing the coral at some point. There's also a whole bunch of tires down there that were at one point used for fenders for the pier, and now those are actually at the bottom, and we've been doing our best to remove those marine debris. So far, actually our 2019 project alone removed 756 pounds of trash, and that's around 112 mesh bags. We also recovered about 30 tires in that day.
And the thing that's so remarkable about, because there's island village cleanups like all the time, year round, when things are normal and everything. The one thing that is so distinct about the Maritso Pier project is you guys are actually doing work above and below the waves, which is fantastic.
Yeah, we try. It's a whole different story just because not many people are able to see under the surface. And I feel like it's a great opportunity to kind of bring the trash to the surface and show that, hey, just because it enters the water, it doesn't disappear and it will stay down there for a very long time.
Yeah, and I don't want to editorialize or anything like that, but the fact that, that the Maritso Pier, like I said, one of the most signature places on Guam. I mean, you can be a complete newbie when it comes to taking pictures. You go there and everybody's going to think you're an amazing photographer because, it's such an amazing place to go see the sunrise, see the sunset, the colors and everything like that. The fact that it actually needs to be cleaned up is an absolute travesty. But, God bless you guys for taking the reins on this one.
Thank you. I remember before COVID hit, we had lines of people getting out of buses to take pictures with Cocos Island in the background down there, and they don't know what's underneath the pier. So, yeah. So thanks for having me on.
No problem. Yeah. So I like the on the poster here. Your tagline is literally "Grab your gear and head to the pier" and everything. So for people that want to get involved with this, obviously it's people who are environmentalists, people who are concerned, probably a significant number of people from the South who want to take care of what is essentially theirs, and also just outdoorsmen, sporting people that love the ocean and everything. So what kind of gear specifically should they bring with them?
So if you're a scuba diver, we got this cool thing going on where if you want to head over to the project, you can stop by MTA, grab a free tank, and you can actually show up to the project with a free scuba tank if you're able to attend. Also, if you're a free diver, we just recommend you bring your free diving gear, your mask, your fins. And if you just want to kind of snorkel around in the shallows and pick up trash in 2 or 3 feet of water, bring your gear for that too. We'll provide the mesh bags and the gloves, and we'll provide the sorters, and we'll dispose of the trash afterwards. So yeah, pretty much bring your gear that can get you operational in the water.
Yeah, Mother Nature provides, the warm water. All you guys got to do is tell them to just get in it and help clean up our island.
Yeah.
So what is it? What is it when, you know, because you've been doing this so long? What have you seen as far as the reactions from volunteers and from participants when, you know, when they gear up and then they actually head down? And I'm sure, you know, they've got this amazing look even through their scuba mask and everything, and they're like, dude, I did not know the Mauricio Pier was, you know, this much in need underneath the waves.
Yeah, it's so crazy because, I mean, my first time experiencing that, you know, I grew up at the pier. My dad would leave me there, and me and my sister could just grow up down there while he was up at work or something. And I remember my first time going under there free diving and just seeing the amount of trash, but also the unique infrastructure for the coral reef down there. It's the way it's set up. That channel is the closest thing that we have to some of the islands in Palau and stuff. So to see that much trash just abandoned kind of shows that we don't realize, the island hasn't actually realized the potential for that channel alone. It's a great scuba diving spot. I have divers coming up saying, oh my God, next time I want to come and bring my underwater camera because I saw so many nudibranchs and stonefish, lionfish, all these cool marine organisms. That's kind of their first introduction to Molesso's jewel, you know?
Mm-hmm. Okay, and this is next Saturday. It's pretty much an all-day event because it starts at 9 in the morning and goes until 4. But of course, you know, we want to do all we can to help get the word out. But you know, speaking of, you know, underwater cameras and, you know, documenting the whole experience, do you guys have any social media handles that people can follow? You know, if they'd like to interact with you guys, they might have pictures from past Mauricio Pier projects that they want to contribute and tag you guys in.
Absolutely. So the Mauricio Pier Project 2021 event page is on Facebook. If you want, you can also just reach out to me on Instagram, Will Nated, and I can hook you up with the event page or add you to the WhatsApp group.
All right, so he's on Instagram, everybody, WILLNADEN, Will Nated. Man, you guys are doing fantastic work, and I know you've got obviously a very, very personal connection to that part of the island and specifically to the pier and everything like that. So, you know, amazing job by you and everything like that. We're really, really indebted to you.
Thank you. We really hope we can get everybody else to find what matters to them around the island.
And tell you what, so this is next Saturday, right? On the 26th? That's when, next Saturday? Or next Sunday?
Saturday.
Next Saturday.
Okay. And I'll be down there bright and early setting up the camping.
Okay, well, tell you what, let's, if you got any live streams going on of it, you know, like before you guys hit the water and anything like that, you know, please just tag us and we'll make sure to share it. And let's get you back on the link after the event's over. And we would like to find out how you guys did.
Yeah, send me some pics, Will, and we'll post them up.
Thank you.
Yeah, fantastic. Hey, have a great day, man. Thank you again.
You will.
You too.
There you go. Will Naden, the Molesso Pier Project 4th annual. That's going down next Saturday, guys.
Yeah, that's good stuff, man. So so make sure to get involved in everybody, because again, you know, until you actually submerge yourself and see how much work is needed, that's crazy.
And plus, they just did this thing down there. I don't know if that's still ongoing. Do you know offhand, Will, the Guam EPA had they put out a contract to remove that artificial tire relief that was in tire reef that was in the lagoon? Have you seen any of that going on?
Yeah, so I know they put out a kind of like advertisement for it. I'm not sure if anybody's actually landed the contract. Yeah. That's a huge project. I mean, that's a lot of tire.
Right.
I think you need quite a fleet to actually start removing that stuff.
That's industrial level, right?
Actually, well, since you're still here, let me get one more question. How do you guys manage, you know, the disposal of everything that's gathered and everything like that? And what do you guys do with it? Where do you guys take it?
So my biggest thing is actually trying to log and try to actually organize and see what's down there and try to keep a paper record as much as possible, just so we can in the future, you know, show that this is what usually accumulates over the years. And eventually, like, that data can be used for, you know, maybe some sort of policy shift, or, you know, maybe somebody can kind of reference it for, you know, trying to keep the pier cleaner. But for the most part, Maya Ernest has been doing a solid job taking care of a lot of that trash for us. A lot of it's already ready to go. Sometimes we hook up, most of the time we actually call up Peggy Dunny, and she'll show up at the end and pick up most of the recyclables.
Will, what's the weirdest thing that you guys have pulled out of the water there?
Man, I think it has to be the boats.
Entire boats.
Yeah.
Yeah, the boats. They're pretty strange, man. And then like we get cans from like 1960, you know, or like sake bottles from like World War II. Those are super trippy because those things I mean, somebody's been throwing trash there for a couple of decades now.
At least we can laugh about it. Well, good work, Will. Appreciate it. Keep in touch.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah,
there you go.
You too.
All right, have a good one, man.
Right on. 7:15, we're going to take a break, and we're coming back with Dave Delgado's Sports Link. We do that every Friday, and it's brought to you by Cure and Marianas Irrigation and Landscape. Coming up on the Link. Good morning.
Make it through the week with Monday.
Our World War II survivors have endured more sacrifice, suffering, fear, hope, and perseverance than we can ever imagine. Their stories have been passed down from generation to generation and have become a central part of the legacies and histories of our families. As we commemorate our 77th annual liberation, we invite you to share these stories and special memories as we present My Liberation Hero. During the month of July, KUAM will feature these tributes on KUAM News as well as on our digital platforms. We ask that you start your video or written submissions with the phrase, My Liberation Hero is. And please submit pictures of your heroes if you have them. Send your emails to liberation@kuam.com. And let's give everyone a chance to reflect and remember these special times and people in our history. Happy 77th Liberation Day, Guam.
Brought to you by Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Ordot Dental Clinic, and Vince Jewelers.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at a secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink,
brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Marianas Irrigation and Landscape,
airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
KUAM News, in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau, brings you the Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase. Look out for this powerful symbol for visitors, island residents, and industry workers alike, as it represents establishments with a consistent global commitment to safety practices. Stamped with approval by the Guam Visitors Bureau and the World Travel Tourism Council. Every Monday on KUAM News will feature a different local business who's taken the Safe Guam and Safe Travels pledge to maintain health and safety standards to get Guam back on track. Log on to visitguam.com to see how your business can receive the designation, what businesses in our community are Guam Safe certified, and have the WTTC Safe Travel certified.
I decided to get vaccinated because just thinking about all the lives lost from COVID and everyone on island that contracted the illness, I realized that I need to do my part, not just to protect myself, but our community. And I also realized we're still not out of the woods with variants that are out there. I want to be safe, and I want to keep my family safe. I'm Tyler Matinani, and I'm a proud member of the vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Brought to you by American Medical Center, your partner in healthcare.
93.9 FM.
Got a tab upon his shoulder and a name upon his chest. A country that he serves and an island he defends. Has a people that he's proud of and a family that he loves. And he hopes they understand why he does what he does. See, he's a warrior in a war that our country fights today. But what they don't understand are the decisions that he's made. And this warrior cries almost every other day, just knowing what he's done and all the lives he had to take. So would you hear when a warrior cries? Would you know what he has seen through his eyes? Would you walk in the boots he has worn and stay true to the oath in which he has sworn? So would you hear when a warrior cries?
Even warriors cry, guys. I know, we're tough on the outside, you know, this rock-hard exterior. You wouldn't think that we get the feels, but once in a while we do.
Well, you know what they say about, like, power ballads, right?
Yeah.
Like rock ballads? Every bad boy's got his soft side.
Oh, you dig. There's just some bad boys' soft sides are bigger than others.
Hey, I've got an assignment this week.
All right.
Talking
Jay,
about, you know,
what is your assignment this week,
We
Jay?
just had that really cool interview with Will Name. Please, everybody, get involved with the Mauricio Pier Project. Good people doing good work.
Good job.
Next Saturday.
It's good to see the young guy like Will doing that.
Yeah, this Saturday, the day before Father's Day, there are volunteers from GTA and from the Naval Hospital who will be painting the Salvation Army's facilities over in Tizen. So I'm going to be there taking pictures.
Right, yeah. And so Captain Carrie Rudder reached out to us and let us know about that. That is pretty cool. They're doing good stuff. And guys, remember, they're also trying to get donations of school supplies.
Specifically backpacks. They were asking, please, if you want to donate, you know, backpacks, the Dora the Explorer kind of be cool, but you know.
Maybe even some of the netted see-through ones. Do you guys want to donate there? Because I know some of the schools have a policy about that kind of thing. But basically, yeah, they need school supplies. Remember, we had John Fernandez on yesterday. Bree, I don't know if you were, I think you were out, but he was talking about how the discussion, and there's going to be a bunch of meetings about a return to 5-day face-to-face learning in the upcoming school year. So they're definitely going to need some school supplies at Salvation Army.
And you guys, you know, on the Salvation Army, they really have like a timeline, and they want to complete their work with this. So if you are interested in donating like a backpack for a needy child, you know, please don't sleep on this, because the beginning of school is going to be here before you know it.
Right on.
This summer's going to go by real quick.
And
I mean,
remember,
I know it's hot girl summer and everything like that. It's going to go by real fast.
Right. And then also the pool is going to be running on in September, so a lot of these families are going to be. It's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough. 7:25. Good morning.
Literally experiencing a hot girl summer right now.
Yeah, she is, for real.
113 degrees.
That's hot, girl. 112 in Vegas, right, Bree?
Yep.
What have you been eating out there, Bree?
It's really hot.
Yeah, what have you been
Scorching.
eating? What have you been eating, Bree? We're curious.
Last night I ate steak with like Brussels sprouts,
Ooh, what kind of steak?
some rice. I don't know. My brother made it. So.
Oh, wow.
It's really good.
Okay,
cook.
last night I had, it was on sale at Miguel Payless. I had Wagyu sirloin.
Nice.
Wasn't so bad, sir. It wasn't so bad. It was even a good deal. I was like, wow. Yeah,
I don't know what Joe Sir had for dinner last night, but I guarantee there were no vegetables.
That's it. That's the one thing that's for sure about
What did
Joe
you
Sir.
eat last night, sir?
Fish.
Fish.
What
Okay.
kind of fish? What kind of fish? The one with the gills. The fish with the
Mahi.
So fish so good they
Nice.
named it twice.
Okay. Do you guys remember what like the official state fish of like Hawaii is? I've been told that numerous times, and it's a really really long name. It's a gorgeous fish, but humu is like something.
Yeah, it's that one. I don't know. Link fam, chime in the comments if you know. Hey, let's do a Cover Me brought to you by Burger King, guys. Thank you. Yes, where you can check them out. They got great things popping with our man Rudy down at Burger King. Remember, every Wednesday they do the I Love the Whopper giveaway. And also for breakfast, guys, go by BK. Their new French toast breakfast sandwich now, like right now, available at Burger King, Tumon and Hagåtña. Cover Me is a great segment that we do. Also brought to you in part by our friends at Docomo Pacific. Jay Castro with this morning. Cover Me right here on the link. Good morning.
Thank you guys for allowing me to share my gift, my music with you guys. I got a song by Sam Cooke, so I hope you guys enjoy it. But remember, WWJCD, what would Joan Charfress do? Here you go, guys. If I go a million miles away, I'd write a letter each and every day. Oh, baby, nothing can ever change this love I have for you. Make me weep, yeah, you can make me cry. You see me coming and just pass me by. Oh, baby, nothing can ever change this love I have for you. You're the apple of my eye, sweet cherry pie. Oh yeah, you're cake and ice cream, your sugar and spice, everything nice. You're the girl of my dreams. If you wanted to leave me in Rome, and when you come back, I would say, where have you been, babe? I've been waiting for you, and welcome home. 'Cause baby, nothing can ever change this love I have for you. Nothing can ever change this love I have for you. Shaka Khan! Cheers, Guam.
That's some good blues-based music right there. Okay, and pretty good response from the Link fam right now in comments. Yes, the state fish of Hawaii is known as the reef triggerfish to our friends out there. Otherwise known as the Humuhumu Unu Kunu Kuapua. I remember I've been told, yeah, there are lots of people putting that, but I mean, it's a beautiful fish, and it's probably easier to say like reef triggerfish, but it's a beautiful word too.
Say it again.
Okay, well, I got to get my phone. Humu. The reef triggerfish, state fish of Hawaii, is the Humuhumu Unu Kunu Kuapua. Very nice.
Say it again.
Hit 10 times.
I just got to hear it again.
Mayor Alex loving it. Okay.
Yeah.
Mayor, is it just easier to say Putitano Biu if you're like on Guam rather than probably the scientific name of whatever?
That's correct. Yeah. It sure is. Even sometimes that's wrong.
Yeah. We're anticipating the arrival of a couple more mayors, but can I just ask you while you're here, has there ever been like any proposal, or have you ever discussed with your fellow mayors on the council about maybe every village maybe having maybe its own flower, its own I mean, we can't have like a state bird because I guess there aren't that many species to divide amongst
the sticker bird.
Yeah, but have you ever talked about?
We have a flower. The villages have a flower.
They do.
Yeah, every has a flower. Yeah.
What is the flower of Petey?
The white plumeria, Kalatutsa.
Oh, that's right. I remember. Yeah, I should know this.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should.
All the elementary and middle school kids for I've been involved with the council since 1990, and every year we have a list so that whoever answers the phone just repeats the whole thing, because there's some Chamorro teacher or some Guam history teacher that asks the same thing: population, village flower, historical sites, how the name was derived, the village name was derived. We're older, that's why.
Yeah. Mayor, let's go ahead and get right into it.
Obviously, memory starts to fade.
Let's get into it before Jason takes you down another tangent road. But we did bring you on to ask for an update about this issue with the I hate calling them tiny homes, but the tiny homes over there at the Nimitz Hill Cemetery. And so I know you had a meeting. Who was your meeting with? Was it with the chief of staff and the director of DPR?
The deputy director of DPR.
See Victor Villagomez now?
Right.
Yeah.
So, I was pleased that they reached out to me on the issue, and where we agreed that the current situation is, it's a little touchy, right? Because those grieving families spent the money to put those monuments up, and we know how that all goes as far as grieving and dealing with the loss of a family member. And so I think we're looking at keeping those existing structures there, and moving forward, the department will strictly enforce their policy. And their policy is listed in the forms that the residents sign at the funeral homes or even at the department. So again, it doesn't rest on the backs of the funeral homes, but we do know that the funeral homes are they originate those requests to DPR. But it'll be DPR's responsibility to manage that from here on out. So is that a reasonable request on my end? It seems to be a reasonable request, because it almost seems unreasonable for me to go and to all those families and say, okay, after you spent all this money and this time, go and just destroy them. Does it go against their policy? Yeah, I'm sure it goes against their policy. So, I don't know. I think there's definitely a humanitarian side to all of that, right? And so are they built to code? Well, most of them are on concrete structures, or concrete foundations. So, I saw that myself. And if we're dealing with the tin roofs that are going to fall off, then, unfortunately, we'll deal with it when we have to deal with it. And hopefully they can meet us halfway. So my request is this, to extend the wall, the concrete wall that they have at the very entrance of the property, further down to Nimitz Hill Estate, so that the perimeter is properly barricaded and there's a good fencing around the cemetery, right. And then to add a gate in the front, and so that there's a true entrance and exit to the cemetery, and that way there's better monitoring, because as it is now, I mean, anyone can drive in at any time. And their claim that they go in the evening. Well, perhaps if this is done, there'll be actual times where residents or patrons can actually enter the cemetery. And is it COVID related? I believe it can be connected to COVID, because those structures that we're talking about now, they claim that they're COVID related deaths. And so I certainly can put a connection to ARPA. So if you can, if that's the case, then perhaps, the DPR and the administration can connect that. And that's certainly, I think, a good use of those monies.
Did anyone get chewed out, Mayor, for letting this happen? Because it's like Sabrina keeps saying, it didn't happen overnight.
Who chewed out who? Me?
No, not you. Maybe DPR. I don't know.
Oh yeah. I mean, I just feel like, and I did tell him yesterday. I said, in the end, it's DPR who's going to have to answer to the patrons and to the residents and to the media.
Right. Well, they're not coming on the media.
For me, again, it really is the safety of the residents in Nimitzville Estates.
Right.
But at the same time, and I honestly, and I was very honest with them. I said I did receive a few calls from families up there, and of course, it's not my stance to just demolish everything they've worked hard to do. That's not the purpose. I think the purpose is to stick by the policy and to make sure that the policy is enforced. And like a lot of things we do in the government, we kind of have to backtrack, and then we say, well, okay, from here on out. And so if it's going to be from here on out, then at least I'll keep more eyes on that as well, because it affects us.
Yeah.
So is it final then, based on what you guys discussed with Victor? Is that it? Because that kind of goes against what the governor's chief of staff
John Jr.
said,
Calvo,
that they had to come down.
And that's where I said perhaps DPR would have to answer to that, because based on my meeting and my understanding yesterday, that is final.
All right. So there you go. Everything we talked about
That
at
they
6
get to
o'clock
stay
hour.
up and going forward, no more mini homes.
Reverse it. Yeah. So then that's what Bree's referencing, is there had been a letter from the DPR director, Mr. Alcantara, and he basically said that John Jr. Calvo told him to tell the people who built these tiny homes to tear them down, which seemed a little hard-hearted to me. So it's interesting to see that there's a reversal. But let me ask you this, Mayor. Is there enough space there to consider, and would you guys consider just allowing people to build these things? Because I think it's something that attracts people. I know so many people, after we aired these stories, went up to the cemetery just to look at the stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they did. We noticed.
It's
that.
like a new tourist. I mean, it's like a new attraction for the locals.
You know what I'm thinking is maybe not that, but I think they need to build crypts so that it goes up. As opposed to going down, because I mean, pretty soon they're going to be right down here. I mean, that hill goes down.
Right,
it's gonna stop at one point. And so I just no, I think the regulations should stand. I really feel like that those things should be regulated. It is a public cemetery, and so just because it's a public cemetery, I don't think it should be open to anything and any imagination. I think that there needs to be some parameters, and in order to maintain control. And so I just of course, like I said, after that conversation, I'm definitely more I'm going to definitely be looking at and making sure that that we follow those policy guidelines, because it is get out of hand.
Right.
I mean, if they continue to build it that way, I mean, shoot, I know you guys went up there. I mean, that's just it's crazy.
Yeah, well, we saw in the B-roll that played in the story that there were some that were actually still under construction.
Right. Yeah, for sure. And then the other thing is that there's people up further at the entrance of the cemetery that have been there for decades. And so what do you do with that? There's precedents that was set, right? So so I can understand the department backtracking and saying, okay, I guess we're going to have to keep it status quo. And I know, Bree, you reported that, and you mentioned status quo, and I thought, yeah, that's probably what it's going to be. And it's probably what that, what the results will be. And then that, in fact, it was. So again, I'm okay with it. I just want to make sure that we continue to monitor that because we don't want to get it. It doesn't. I don't want to see it get out of hand.
Yeah, my mom's brother and sister are buried up there, but they're more in the beginning, and I think I also have a nephew up there too. More in the beginning part. So I mean, when we go there, I went there for All Souls the day last year to clean up. I didn't see anything, but it's further down, right?
Oh yeah, it's further. Oh, it wasn't there at All Souls Day. I don't believe it was there.
Wow.
Yeah, I think it. We just noticed them. Gosh, maybe just this year. Yeah. So. Yeah, here on out is what it is, I guess. From here on out is what it's going to be. I don't know. I don't think that's going to change.
All right. Well, thanks,
But
Mayor.
if I could say, I mean, if we're looking at policing it, and I'm not, of course, I'm advocating for my community on this point, that wall does need to get built. I mean, you know,
build the wall.
Yeah. Oh, I like that. I think we're gonna do that.
I want to go ahead and say I think somebody's used that before.
Yeah, maybe.
in fairly recent history, and it did not go over well, depending who you ask.
Oh God, yeah.
Mayor, though, we had a comment.
Come in and say Viva Friday. We work tomorrow, but.
Mayor, we had Rosemary comment, and so those that are currently being built will be allowed to continue. Did you get any update on that part of it, Mayor?
You know what? I did not, and she does bring a good point. I did not, and I could probably, I'll go and take a visual inspection and then speak with them. But no, I don't. I did not get. I didn't ask that question.
Chris Cave comments in, they're beautiful. Reminds me of Saipan Cemetery.
Ah, yeah, true. That's true. It does, but I mean, in Saipan Cemetery, I don't think they have houses though. I think they just build these, shrine-looking, shrine-looking monuments. It's not a home.
Yeah.
You know, they build shrines with there is a home up there that they think they put the Sacred Heart of Jesus up at the top with angels.
Wow.
So I don't.
Man, what about the economic side of this?
I think
What about the economic side of this equation, right? So it's a public cemetery, and so obviously people were buried there, maybe not coming from the richest background, right? And they're trying to pay tribute to their loved ones, which is something that is usually reserved for those who are more well off because they could afford to build, a big monument, shrine. Do you think that was part of it, in that we got a more compassionate ending to this, whereas the chief of staff was just kind of grinchy about it a couple days ago?
Well, it's a public cemetery, you're right, and it is at a lower cost than the private cemeteries. But I would hope to think that if you're a patron of that cemetery, that you would spend in the most reasonable way. And so this is just my personal thought about that. Is it the most reasonable way? Probably not. Again, no offense to the families that have done that or who are considering it. But if in fact you were going to spend all that money, perhaps, I don't know, perhaps there could have been another cemetery that you could have invested your money in and later.
Good point.
But yeah. I don't know. I don't think that, I don't know what everyone has their own reasons as to why they would do that, right? But would you, again, it is a public cemetery, so you don't, gosh. Okay, you're going to make me stuck because I don't want to say the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that if you're going to go there, you just need to make within reason, right? And building those structures, perhaps, again, it's my personal feeling that it's not within reason. But for them, they have their own reasons and they have their own ways of thinking as to how best to memorialize their loved one. And perhaps that's the way. But if in fact it is, then it needs to be more secure, and it needs to, they need to be sure that it's safe for the people around them that come to visit their loved ones and for the neighbors.
Yeah, I think for me the biggest issue was that you saw in some of these pictures where they're building these big houses that they're encroaching on the graves next to these structures. So for me, that's just kind of inconsiderate. And that, you know, I mean, you don't want to be going to check your auntie there, your beloved auntie, God rest her soul, and you're having to like squeeze in sideways to, you know, put a flower on there. You know what I mean?
Well,
you know,
hopefully the other house has aircon.
Mayor Alec, I know we're getting you on Monday, so I don't know if you want to just hold on till Monday, but is there anything else you got going on?
Yeah, we could hold off till Monday. I mean, unless you want to go to something else.
Bree, have anything or what?
No, I think I can wait till Monday.
Okay.
I really wanted to get the final word on what's happening with the cemetery.
Right. Okay.
So thanks,
Thank you, Mayor.
Well, I mean,
oh
if
wait,
you want,
you guys get COVID pay?
Yeah, did you get your COVID pay?
What's up?
No COVID pay. If you have time for me, I could talk about something. It'll just take away from Monday.
Yeah, well, minus
But
it out
no
on
one has
Monday.
minus that. You guys never asked me about senior citizen centers.
Yeah, because we're
Yes!
confused about it.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
thank you. Yes.
That's the big deal. And I was, I'm just kind of writing it all down, waiting for Monday, so I have something to talk about. But I might as well tell you now. So that was that executive order.
Yeah.
It caught me by surprise, like my big eyes. So July 1st, the executive order said July 1st was supposed to be the opening. And, you know, we did have I had a long discussion with the administrator of Division of Senior Citizens, together with our operators for ADC, adult daycare, and the senior center operations. And so we really agreed on what we thought was a workable plan to reopen the centers. And so we agreed that we need to open now because our manamko need to come out for those that are ready. But we're not prepared. We're not prepared because the centers are not equipped with the safety equipment. Our adult daycare centers are not, they're also not outfitted with, especially with the adult daycare, they're not outfitted with the air filtration systems, and then the access, right? There needs to be a separate entrance and a separate exit. So all of that is being worked on. We never really stopped doing it. What I think everyone needs to know is that there's two parts to this Manamku program. It's the adult daycare that has the what is it called? Where they need assistance through the entire time that they're there. We also have the dementia house, and so that is separate from the senior citizens operation, right? And so we're looking at opening the adult daycares first. And we're definitely looking towards an October 1st opening for all the centers. And the reason why October 1st is because everything's being put through procurement now as far as the supplies. And we were also waiting on guidance from the grantor from Region 9 and how we were to safely open, right? Because this is a federal program. It's not something that's local. And we do respect the governor's decision to open. We appreciate that the governor, is allowing us to start July 1st so that, in case we're ready, at least with adult daycare centers, we can open that, because we do know that families need to send their elders to this daycare. And so that's definitely something that we're working on, that we've been working on. And then the other component to the opening of the senior centers is the congregate meals. So pre-COVID, the congregate meals were only for those senior citizens that were participants of the senior centers, of the 12 senior centers. And if you were receiving a meal because you were homebound, then that was a separate program. But because of COVID, the congregate meal program, that's not the actual name, but there's a title to that. That program increased over 50%. And so that tells us that more Manamko are needing assistance with meals at home during COVID, and we're still in the pandemic. If we open our centers July 1st, what that means is those people that are delivering the meals on a daily basis, over 1,000 meals, are going to be delivering the meals and operating the centers, because those delivery drivers are the people that actually operate the 12 centers. So again, it's a juggling act. It's taking away from our staff as short as it already is. So, we're not asking for more personnel. We're going to work on how we're going to work on a plan, and that's what we're doing now. Is we're trying to figure out what's going to be best, not only for our office but for our centers. And so again, a lot of times people think it's the mayors to make that decision. It's not. We work together with the Division of Senior Citizens and the grantor, and once all those guidelines are met, based on what the Division of Senior Citizens has received, then we let the governor know, and we'll be good to go. So there's a lot of work to it. What I'll be doing on Monday is hopefully presenting the governor a plan, a phased-in approach plan, really, to this opening, because we want everyone to know what we're doing, and that we're not just really just sitting here waiting, not wanting to open the centers. So that was a big conversation, and I'm not sure how that did not get to where it's supposed to go, but in the end, that's the answer. Where there's no mayor that's ready to open their center as of today, or even July 1st.
So basically, you guys were just blindsided by the governor making this announcement. July 1st. Nobody communicated anything to the mayors that was their intention.
You could use that word. What I said, but I guess it basically tells us that I think what the director was saying was that we may open, right? So it's not. She didn't say that we had to open, and so. Right. So and so be it, right? And that's what I'm saying as well, is that perhaps this gives us the opportunity then to say, well, if our adult daycare centers are open, because she's allowing us to open, then we could open them first. But it certainly couldn't be the senior citizen centers where they play bingo and they're there. So the other thing, so they're like, again, the adult daycare, that's a whole different program, and that's
right.
That's different, right? But the other thing too is in talking about congregate meals is that if we have to work out a plan for those that continue to receive meals at home, right, during COVID. And so if the guidelines say we have to let them know that they have to come to the center, so how do we deal with that? How do we deal with the Manamco that don't drive, and we deal with the Manamco that is just is not prepared to get up every day to drive to the center, to the drive-through, and pick up their meal? It's a service that I think we should not make inconvenient. So all of that is what we're working on. So it's just more than just opening the door and letting them come into the bingo. That's what I've been working on.
Wow. Sounds like you guys need to reacquaint yourselves with the mayor's liaison up at Adelup.
Oh yeah, Bob Macho.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's a guy who's not doing his job. Oh, okay, right on.
Yeah, we did have Mayor Hoffman on earlier this week, and he, it was crazy because he was talking about. We asked him about the seniors.
He's the Monty liaison,
and he was like, not.
Yeah.
He was saying, you're not ready. How do you even take into account the social distancing, the facilities?
Yeah.
They're not the way they are. They can't fit everybody into the senior centers. And then you need more staff. And all of this takes money. And the mayor's council and mayors,
can't even
with
get the
everything
COVID
that you guys have been doing, where are you going to get the money?
So the
ARPA money, it's not.
Right. We're not asking. We don't want to. They're just not going to give us more staff. You ask for warm bodies and they're going to throw you ice. So I think what we're hoping to do is we're hoping to contract the janitorial and the sanitization part of it, right? Because that's something that will come from the grantors and something that's should be part of the stimulus, right? The federal stimulus package. So that's what we're looking at, is to contract that out so that we know that the centers are fully sanitized, properly sanitized, and in the beginning and at the end of the day, and not relying on the on our staff, on our mayor's staff, and not requiring us to, to hire. So hopefully that route works. So we're looking at that, and then of course with the other equipment as well, because if we're looking at temporary as opposed to, if it's a temporary part of the program, then we want to contract it out. If it's going to be permanent, then we want to make sure that it's something that is an outright purchase. So if it's when we're looking at equipment rental, that's, instead of having to purchase it, because what is our issue again is going to be storage. Where are we going to put all that stuff? We don't, even Homeland Security is asking us to store stuff, and we don't have facilities in our, within our jurisdictions. So yeah, there's definitely a lot that we're working on to get the centers moving. So I'm hoping then to also present this plan to the mayors with the 12 centers so that we can discuss it with them as well. We have not, again, it was just a discussion that we had this week with the Division of Senior Citizens Administrators. So it's fairly new as far as updates, but we've been working on the programs.
Right on. Bree, anything else?
All right. Thanks, Mayor.
You're welcome.
No, he sounds like he's got a lot of work to do. So
Yeah, it sounds like it sounds like someone needs to give the governor you guys his number, because they're not. But this is a recurring thing we heard through the pandemic. A day, no one checks our mayors. Mosqueda and ask, hey, mayors, how are you guys with opening the senior centers? The odds at a day.
Well, at least we're communicating with the Division of Senior Citizens, because they're the ones who are going to give us the key. Oh no, we have the key. They have the money.
A day. All right, Mayor Alec. Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Okay. Adios.
There you go.
Hi, Mayor.
Mayor Jesse Alec, the president of the Mayor's Council of Guam. Interesting stuff, Hubry. I wanted to pop this picture up, guys. Can we pop this picture up? Because, okay, so we're talking about this. We were talking about this. What is the name of the cemetery, Bree, the one in Petey? The public cemetery?
It's Vicente Limtiaco.
Oh, yeah, Limtiaco Cemetery. So I had a message on my Instagram, and this lady, she doesn't want me to say her name, but she actually has someone who's buried there. And she messaged me. She's like, Chris, I thought you should know. I emailed DPR to see this burial policy. It turns out I've never seen the form before. Neither have family members who recently buried loved ones there. I don't even recall the funeral home talking to me about these policies. It could be some miscommunication between the funeral and individuals. Also, they keep saying there's a sign posted at the cemetery that has the rules and regs on it. Here's the sign. You got the sign? Can we pop up the sign? Yeah. Delania, how are you going to read those rules and regs? Yeah. And DPR and Adeloop's like, it's clearly written at the cemetery, the rules and regs. What's the matter? You people can't read? You don't know how to read? If that's not an ultimate only on Guam, I don't know what is. All right. Guys, we're going to take a quick break, and we're coming back on KUAM TV next. On this Friday morning, it's The Link. Good morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Yes. Oh, yee. Right on. Yeah. Friday. Good morning, KUAM TV, and welcome to The Link. Another one, June 18th. It's Friday, year of our Lord 2021, 8 o'clock. Proudly brought to you by Pacific Points, Cowboy Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box.
That means just 40 hours until Father's Day.
Right on, guys. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Matanani reporting live from Las Vegas, Nevada, where it's currently 112 degrees.
Good morning.
Morning. Here's who's coming up, guys. We got Sergeant Paul Tapao, Guam Police. There's a bunch of checkpoints. I hope they catch you guys if you're driving drunk. I really do. Sal Babauta, Transit Director. Maybe instead of driving drunk, you could hop on the transit. Mr. B will find out if it's running. Chef Peter Duenas, the outdoor chef. Micronesia Chefs Association. They're doing something. It's in person. You can eat food there. It's going to be awesome. That's what's coming up. Plus, we got one Micronesia podcast sneak peek. We're going to do a little profiles in Pride. Sports Link this morning with Dave Delgado, brought to you by Cure and Marianas Irrigation and Landscape. Of course, our Chamorro News on the way. And it's Friday, so we're doing Feed Me Fridays with King's Restaurant this morning. On this Friday morning, good morning on you. Let's go ahead and get into it with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Sabrina Salas-Matanani. Good morning, Sabrina.
Off today, everybody. Procurement Chair Senator Sabina Perez's informational hearing on sole source procurement gets underway today. Perez will be looking at all contracts under sole source and emergency procurements for last fiscal year. The hearing comes after a slew of purchases filed with the Guam legislature showed little to no supporting information on some 20 pages of sole source and emergency purchases. The senator has raised questions about the real need for sole source and emergency procurement of services and goods and whether regular procurement should or could have been used for purchases Guam makes. The informational hearing gets underway at 9:30 this morning. Crime in quarantine, 40-year-old Nathan James Diaz Punzalan charged with indecent exposure and harassment. According to a magistrate's complaint, he's accused of entering a woman's room 3 times. On the 3rd time, he allegedly had his pants below his crotch area and was stroking his penis. With his other hand, he allegedly was gesturing her to be quiet. The victim yelled and Punzalan ran back to his room. The incident occurred on the 16th. Both were quarantined in separate rooms at the Dusit. With more news, here's Tyler Mazzanani.
Buenas and half day, everyone. I'm Tyler Mazzanani with your headlines here on The Link. On the day he turned 46 years old, Dino Chargaloff Cruz found himself behind bars for allegedly shooting his relative. He faces aggravated assault as a 2nd and 3rd degree felony with a special allegation for possession or use of a deadly weapon in the commission of felony, possession of an unregistered firearm, and theft of property as 3rd degree felonies. According to the complaint on Wednesday, police responded to the residence to find a male victim with a gunshot wound to his leg. Cruz told officers the victim is a distant relative that he allowed to live with him, quote, in hopes of being a positive influence, unquote, to the victim. Documents state that after Cruz saw the victim with a vehicle he took from his friend, an argument ensued and he grabbed a stolen firearm, walked toward the victim, and told him to get inside the house or he would shoot him. But the victim did not comply. The victim was transported to the hospital. He is in stable condition. Cruz was released on a $1,000 personal recognizance bond and ordered to house arrest. His next court hearing was set for July 7th. Wireless and landline services at the E911 Communications Center went down just after 9 a.m. Thursday. That meant that if the public needed immediate emergency services such as fire, EMS, or police, they were asked to call directly or proceed to the nearest fire station or police precinct. GFT spokesperson Cherika Chargaloff said their service provider, GTA Teleguam, was notified of the situation, and about an hour later, service was restored, and emergency lines were back in service. GTA released a statement saying there was an issue at its Agania Central office that impacted landline calls to a portion of subscribers. It's also where all local 911 calls are aggregated.
Former Guam Department of Labor employee 26-year-old Jerome Michael Cruz was sentenced to 10 months imprisonment for attempting to obtain $93,000 in pandemic unemployment assistance and federal pandemic unemployment compensation benefits. KUAM's Adriana Cotero reports.
I don't buy it, I really don't. And the fact that you bought a Camaro sports car to go to work, that is totally irresponsible, and you should be ashamed of yourself. This is very reprehensible. Your conduct is unforgivable. These were some of the final words Chief Judge Francis Tadinko Gatewood told former Guam Department of Labor employee Jerome Cruz before announcing his sentencing. Cruz is accused of committing pandemic unemployment assistance, or PUA, and federal pandemic unemployment compensation, or FPUC, fraud in September of last year. He pled guilty to federal program theft and accessing protected computer in furtherance of fraud. At the time of the incident, Cruz was employed full-time by GDOL as a customer service representative, in which during the COVID-19 pandemic, he assisted customers with PUA and FPUC claims. According to court documents, he allegedly submitted an application for PUA and FPUC benefits and falsely certified that he was unemployed and was eligible for the federal assistance. On October 13, 2020, Cruz was transferred within GDOL and lost his access to the PUA and FPUC computer system. But this didn't stop him. Cruz allegedly used the login credentials of other GDOL employees to access the department's computer system for processing. As stated in court, under the access, he modified existing PUA claim orders for multiple people, including his mother and father, and changed the payment method from paper check to direct deposit into his bank account. He ultimately received about $14,000 in benefits and attempted to obtain an additional $79,000 for a total intended loss of $93,000. Assistant Federal Public Defender Leilani Lujan motioned for a downward variance, stating that the reason why he committed the crime was because of financial challenges. The government opposed the variance as they are already recommending the low end of the sentencing guidelines. Assistant U.S. Attorney Ben Petersburg stating that on November 5th, the defendant was confronted by GDOL and was terminated, but even so afterward, he continued to file fraudulent claims. Cruz addressed the court stating that he knew what he was doing was wrong at the time, but he was going through financial problems and was behind in rent. Chief Judge Francis Tadinko Gatewood questioned why Cruz bought a Camaro with the money, and he stated that he needed it to get to work, but the court wasn't buying it. Chief Judge denied the defense's motion and said, long story short, you were an agent, you were a public servant assigned to the Department of Labor, and this money was supposed to be used for people to survive. You took advantage of your position. The judge sided with the government and sentenced the defendant to 10 months imprisonment and a 3-year supervised release term on both counts to run concurrently. The court also ordered Cruz pay back every single amount of money taken from DOL within the next 3 years. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Adriana Cotero.
At least 3 attorneys were previously appointed to Matthew Manabusin. However, all had some sort of conflict. Manabusin is accused for the April fatal shooting of Joshua Meno, whose lifeless body was found along Swamp Road in Dededo. Attorney Terrence Timblin has been assigned to the case, but Manabusin confirmed that he and his family will continue to seek a private attorney. He's being charged with 2 counts of murder as a first-degree felony and 1 count of aggravated assault as a second-degree felony, all with special allegation for the possession or use of a deadly weapon in the commission of a felony. He was also charged with the possession of a firearm without a firearms ID as a third-degree felony. A status hearing is set for Tuesday with jury selection slated for July 20th. A letter that public health says should never have gone out is what triggered some panic amongst the foster care community Wednesday. As it turns out, there was never a real threat to critical health insurance coverage for their foster children. Here's more.
Public health spokesperson Janella Carrera says the letter that shouldn't have been sent was written by someone who was in an acting capacity and not vetted by upper management.
The acting Human Services Program Administrator was not aware of the facts as they developed. And, had the right set of eyes gotten on that letter before it went out, then, we would have been able to sit down and discuss the options or what developments were happening.
The letter advised that the foster care would no longer be covered by GovGuam's health insurance plan and would be replaced instead by Medicaid. That triggered a flurry of letters and concerned responses from the foster parent community to Vice Speaker Barnes and to the governor herself, all saying that the coverage must continue.
There's other services that they rely on, like mental health coverage, and other types of coverage that the GovGuam health insurance provides for. And so it's very important, and we recognize that. And that's why, and I think you saw the governor's response to the vice speaker and to Senator Torres, that it's unacceptable. And it's the same with us.
She says, to be clear, the funding is available and insurance coverage for foster care will continue uninterrupted.
That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
Should students be required to be vaccinated with a COVID shot before heading back to class? It's a question that will be discussed at a meeting today with the governor and lieutenant governor.
We're trying to make sure we vaccinate as many employees and students, eligible students, as much as we can.
And the target is to have an 80% vaccination rate. According to GDOE Superintendent John Fernandez, at least 70% of school site employees have taken the shot, but more work needs to be done to get students vaccinated.
Based on today's statistics, or the latest statistics, we'll be at about 50% for the 16 to 19-year-olds and about 30% for the 12 to 15-year-olds. So we're really discussing, ways in which we can try to move those numbers even more towards that 80%. By the time the school year starts.
Fernandez says GDOE is looking at the possibility of making a COVID shot mandatory for eligible students to return to campus for face-to-face instruction.
We know that GRMC, issued a mandate for all of its employees to be vaccinated. I'm wanting to discuss with the governor and lieutenant governor the possibility of requiring students to be vaccinated and whether or not that's something that is able to be done legally, right, and whether that's something that people would think would be a good, policy to implement just to promote safety in schools, but also to get our kids back to school safely and get them back into a regular routine.
If COVID vaccinations are mandatory, Fernandez is hoping that it would remove the 3 feet social distancing requirement in the classrooms.
Because we know that the CDC said that if you're fully vaccinated, the physical distancing and other requirements are going to be less critical once the vaccinations are 100%.
Mandatory vaccinations have been widely discussed amongst the governor's physicians advisory group. PAG chairperson Dr. Hoa Nguyen says it wouldn't be much different than the requirement currently in place for TB skin tests in order for students to attend school.
We'll mandate people to have PPD skin tests to be safe, but that's infectious, right? And COVID-19, the same thing. There's a possibility that you can mandate the student go back. That's why we try to push so hard during this summer for the kid to be vaccinated, because that 3 feet distance need to go away, by next year.
KUAM has also confirmed the issue is being discussed at the Department of Public Health. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Sabrina Salas, Matanani.
Guam records 5 new positive COVID cases out of 517 samples that were taken on Wednesday. 2 cases were identified through contact tracing. 3 cases are reported hospitalized and under treatment at GMH. To date, there have been a total of 8,266 officially reported cases of COVID-19, 139 deaths, 56 cases are active, and 8,071 have recovered. The CAR score remains at 0.4. As for vaccinations, a total of 88,923 island residents have been fully immunized. President Joe Biden today signed a bill establishing Juneteenth, the date commemorating the end of slavery in the United States, as a federal holiday. Biden called it one of the greatest honors of his presidency. He signed the bill before June 19th, which is Juneteenth. Vice President Kamala Harris comments, "We have come far and we have far to go, but today is a day of celebration." President Biden, in the meantime, says time will tell if his summit Wednesday with Russian President Vladimir Putin is successful. There was some progress on issues such as arms control, but the two sides seem to be far apart on other key issues, including cyber attacks. Natalie Brown reports.
President Biden is back at the White House following his summit with Russian President Vladimir Putin, saying the test of whether it was successful will come in the next several months.
I did what I came to do.
Among the takeaways, the two sides agreed to restart a strategic dialogue on nuclear arms control.
We used to engage with them seriously when they were the Soviets on arms control. We weren't doing that over the past years. We need to again now. That's a useful thing.
But on the issue of cyber attacks, tensions remain. In his news conference, President Putin refused to acknowledge Russia's role in recent cyber attacks, even though evidence says otherwise.
I think just throwing out these insinuations at the expert level, that's inappropriate.
President Biden says he told Putin critical infrastructure should be off limits to cyber attacks, giving him a list of 16 U.S. infrastructure sectors from energy to water systems.
And if in fact they violate these basic norms, we will respond.
Experts on the region are skeptical the summit will change Russia's cyber activity and say it's really how the U.S. responds to future attacks that will be key.
Will the Americans be able and willing to make the Kremlin pay a price that makes them pay attention? Right now, words are not going to get President Putin to behave.
Putin said he agreed to begin consultations on cybersecurity. In one other area of cooperation, the two sides also agreed to allow each other's ambassadors to return to their foreign posts. Natalie Brandt, CBS News, the White House.
And with sports, here's Dave Delgado.
Sports Link, brought to you each week by Pure Alkaline Water, Mariana Irrigation and Landscape.
The Bank of Guam men's national team is one win away from advancing to the next FIBA Asia Cup qualifiers bubble to be held in Indonesia. Team Guam defeated Hong Kong 103-83 last night in Amman, Jordan. Jericho Cruz put up 24 points and 7 assists. Joe Bloss finished the game with 12 points. Ty Wesley led all scorers in the win with a game-high 25 points, 10 rebounds, and 9 assists, almost recording a triple-double. Wesley getting to the rack for the dunk. Nice defensive play here by Cruz. Darren Hechanova gets out running. Big man Curtis Washington is trailing down the lane. Assist from Cruz for the two-handed finish. Washington scored 16 points and pulled down 6 rebounds. Jericho Cruz with the and-one play, drawing contact and getting to the basket for the lay-in. Ben Borja and Chris Connor both chipped in with 9 apiece. Darren Hechanova and Takumi Simon added another 4 each in the W.
First of all, I wanted to thank FIBA Asia and the country of Jordan and Jordan Basketball Federation for hosting us. We're very happy to be here and very thankful for all the hospitality that they've shown us. And I just have to say that we've come a long way, and we're very excited to be here. So we came to play, and although we have a lot to work on, we have a few things that we have to improve upon. Not playing as many games over the last year or so. We're excited that we were able to play this game and look forward to the next one.
In baseball news, the Crown's Paradise Performance Dodgers improved to 3-0 in the GML Baseball League. The Dodgers beat the MTM Falcons 11-8 at the Paseo Stadium. Glenn Palomo pitched the complete game, recording 10 strikeouts on the mound. Sean Muñoz Jr. went 2 for 3 at the plate with 2 runs, 3 RBIs, and a home run. Muñoz homered on his first trip to the plate. Mike Concepcion ripped a homer in the bottom of the 6th. Concepcion was 3 for 4 with 3 runs and 3 RBIs. Randy Alcantara finished the game 3 for 5 with 2 runs, 3 RBIs, and a solo shot in the bottom of the 8th inning. Randy making his way to second here with the stand-up double. Falcons player Jacob St-Nicholas ended the game 3 for 5 with 3 RBIs. Teammate Austin Manabusa was 2 for 4 at the plate with an RBI. The Crab Daddy Spartans are scheduled to take on the Pirates tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. at the Paseo Stadium. Last but not least, in bowling news, Greg Borja used a late surge in the final match of the King of the Lanes monthly finals as he crafted together a 5-bagger from the 6th frame to edge 4th seed Aaron Elliott for the title. Claricel Lanuza used her handicap advantage to claim her 2nd title of the year as she overcame a surging Cameron Santos in the Prince of the Lanes finals match. The next King and Prince of the Lanes will be held on Sunday, July 11th at 1:30 in the afternoon at the Central Lanes Bowling Center. Guam's Darren Perez has competed in the American Ninja Warrior circuit several times. He's represented the island in Barbados, Philippines, UK, Vietnam, and the U.S. over the span of 5 years.
So I actually started back in 2015. I did my first ninja competition, end up first place that weekend out of 1,500 competitors. And from there, I knew that this was my calling and I wanted to do it on a professional level.
Perez recently took part in the American Ninja Warrior qualifying round. His run wasn't televised, but he says he made it to the semifinals.
There was about 100 competitors, and top 30 get into the semifinals. So to get in the top 30 was a big deal for me, especially having COVID just before. It really threw my training off. I lost over 12 pounds of body weight, so I was really struggling to get fit again. I had about a week's time by the time I got over COVID and was cleared till competition day. So it was a really tough course for me, and I was really happy and surprised that I was relying on my previous training to get me through into the qualifying round.
Darren and the family just moved back to the island a few weeks ago. He's home on military orders and has plans on helping build the sport on Guam. He wants to give other athletes the same opportunity to compete stateside.
Being in American Ninja Warrior or the Ninja Warrior community these past few years, it's definitely really built my confidence. Having big names like Daniel Gill, Najee Richardson, Megan Martin, the winner of the female edition for Ninja Warrior. These guys I've trained with, I know them personally, and just having them in my corner and learning from them, it really helps me as an athlete build my game up to the expectation of elite athletes.
Joanne Alvarez, a recent graduate of Simon Sanchez High School, recently committed to American International College and will be a member of their women's rugby program. Joanne will join Keani Pangilinan, a 2020 graduate of St. Paul's who played for the Ukuru rugby team, and Sheila Sarmiento, a 2021 graduate of Simon Sanchez, in an ever-growing Guam roster. Joanne is planning on studying psychology in hopes to become a psychologist. The Bank of Guam men's national basketball team and Hong Kong played their second game of the FIBA Asia Cup qualifiers at the Prince Hamza Arena in Amman, Jordan last night. Guam led 30-8 after the first quarter, scoring at will. Team Guam shot 51% from the field and controlled the boards, out-rebounding Hong Kong 57-39. Jericho Cruz picked up where he left off in the first match, getting buckets inside and knocking down shots from the outside. Defense was key. Guam racked up 13 steals that led to 36 fast break points. Takumi Simon to Darren Hechanova to Cruz, who pulls up for the three-point shot. Drano as Jericho stops to enjoy his work. Cruz put up 20 points and hit 3 of 4 shots from downtown. Guam led 66-26 at halftime. Ty Wesley had another double-double with 18 points and 15 rebounds. Curtis Washington did his thing, recording 16 points on 75% shooting from the field. Takumi Simon, Chris Connor, and Darren Hechanova contributed with 11, 9, and 8. It ain't no fun if the homies can't get some. Every player on the Guam roster got some playing time and scored. Team Guam cruised to the 112-66 win and earned their shot at moving on to the qualifying tournament to be played in Indonesia in August.
We've shown up to and agreed to play anywhere that FIBA's asked us, and now that we've won these 2 games, we're very excited and hope that FIBA pushes us through to the FIBA Asia Cup. I'm not sure what the situation is with Group C, but we're here, we did our job, and we hope that Team Guam will be seen at the Asia Cup. So, thank you.
Guam National Program standout Samantha Kinney will be testing her mettle and honing her skills with peers in England this summer after her acceptance to Macclesfield FC's residency program. Kinney departed Guam Monday to Boston for a few days with family before she travels to Manchester on June 20th to join other student athletes in the program. Macclesfield's FC's 6-week residency program includes 5 hours of coaching per day led by UEFA qualified coaches and strength and conditioning coaches, weekly matches against other clubs and youth academies, showcase games against some of Europe's top prospects, in front of respected scouts, unlimited access to the club's state-of-the-art gym, in-depth video analysis sessions, individual check-in sessions with coaches, additional training sessions run by the club's first team manager, weekly recovery and rehabilitation sessions, and full Adidas playing and training kits, among other features. Let's catch up with Roque Martinez, who's preparing for his UFC fight this weekend in Las Vegas.
I think the last two fights were pretty obvious that I stepped away from, I think, just my general type of strength. You know, my cardio is always good. Like, that's never a problem. But I really wanted to address the strength on this part. So I really went back to that basic, just like heavy lifting, deadlift, squat, stuff like that. But also I still stayed on track with my cardio too. So I actually want to say that a lot of my training partners agree with me as well, is that this is probably like the best strength wise I've been, and just overall like cardio, you know? So like, it's such a perfect balance for me right now. I feel strong, but I feel like I can go multiple rounds, no problem. So I think this is going to help me against, these guys are big guys I'm fighting, you know what I mean? They're cutting to make 265, while I come in under. So they're naturally going to be big and strong. So I had to work on getting that strength back, and, that way I can compete with them in that aspect of fighting.
Roque is set to fight Josh Parisian at UFC Fight Night on June 20th at the UFC Apex. Martinez is 15-7-2, while Parisian is 13-4.
We came in a little bit earlier than last time I got here on a Sunday. So from Sunday to Monday, we kind of checked into our own hotel. We got settled, and then Monday was our first day at the UFC Performance Institute, just to get some good workouts in, and also get set up with the UFC's like the meal plans for the week, kind of set up that stuff, and we just pretty much been focusing on staying sharp and all that type of stuff. So this has been pretty busy since we got here.
For now, it's just taking care of the body. The weight is good, so Roque doesn't have to worry about cutting too much before weigh-ins. Media day is wrapped up, and now it's time to lock in.
A lot of it is a mental thing, There's a lot of stuff running through my head on, what I got to do different this time and stuff like that. So, it's just, like you said, staying calm. And then other than that, it's pretty much just focusing on the fight itself.
On his way to the grocery store, Roque was on the same shuttle with his opponent making a food run. Roque also caught up with another familiar face and got in a workout at the UFC Performance Institute.
We ended up on the same shuttle, like sitting right next to each other. And he's actually a really nice guy. I could tell from just, I've seen his fights before and the way he carries himself. He's a very respectful guy. We ended up at the grocery store together. We bought a few items together, actually, and we're going to have dinner together tonight. But he's a cool guy, and it's nothing but respect. But at the end of the day, it's just business, and we're not have to go out there and try and take each other's head off.
Sports brought to you each week by Pure Alkaline Water, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
All right, that was Sports Link with Dave Delgado from the KUAM sports team. Well, it's a one-man team. Brought to you by Pure Alkaline Water at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, your Shindaiwa and Echo Superstore. We offer everyday low prices on bush cutters, chainsaws, power washers, generators, and more. We also offer maintenance and repair services. Visit Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape in Barragata along Army Drive, between Submarine and Best to Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Back to you, Sabrina Salas-Mantanani.
With your news in Chamorro, here's Kin Conception.
Buenos updates to get something tomorrow ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familia Mito gi First Hawaiian Bank. Gideon ang kumpleaños niya ni 46 años, mapreso si Dino Shargalov Cruz. Pudapak yung parentes niya gipatas niya. Afafana si Cruz na sa akin aggravated assault no segundo ang 3 grado na felony dan espesyal na alegasyon pwede na sadbi at mas mamuno anya committee felony igay pa kisin malaestra dan manyaki ni muna 3 grado na felony siya. Sigon complain gid dia 16 ki Hunyo man mati polisiya guatig yung guma za masoda lahi na biktima numapaki nu is shotgun ipatas niya. Si Cruz sa ngani polisiya na biktima sa pantes niya nu asedi na parusal ka zangwiza pero kena mas positibo na infekta mo na gilinala niya. Gidokumento lang si Cruz na li biktima zang kareta niya tsulegwa niya migunya. Umagamento dos después da si Cruz sa hako di sunaki na paki za fanay biktima za sangani pero halong gi igima pasino pinaki timalagwi biktima manosigi. Makoni biktima para ospital sa establi kondisyon niya. Ma-release si Cruz gimit pesos na personal recognizance sa bond sa din para ma-arrestan guma. Pero biragwi tatiki korti diya siya tigi Hulyo. Masa tikalo gin ni korti, tres na bugaw esta sa ginin man maapunta ni korti. Pero defendi si Matthew Manibusan. Lotodi tres kalangwaha kinonflikta. Maatake si Manibusan na puno pumaki si Joshua Meno gi abrit. Masoday tataw-taw niya si Meno gi Swam Road gi sa dadidu. Mapunta si Terence Timblin para gwizaw representa si Manibusan. Ikausaw niya. La konfirma gikorte na gwiza din familiar niya sa makonsisigya muna pero fan manyoda otro na abagaw. Machar si Manibusan no 2 kwenta na murder no primer grado na felony zanong kwenta na aggravated assault no segundo grado na felony. Todos ti siya na inatake sa manaatitun zan espesyal na alegasyon sa pudyan na sabiya mas mamuno aniya committee felony siya. Maatake lo kay pwede mangangat ka pakis yung lisensya ni mina 3 grado na felony. Ito na status hearing sa paraw masusedi gi 20 gi Hulyo. Otro asunto, exhibition wireless dan telefon gi E911 Communication Center sa Pumarama Mateso gididide pasalas 9 gi egan Webes. Kumikaling adso na zatanggin man nesesita para fan maagang exhibition emergency tagi tato guafi, polisiya, pari EMS man matago para fanano para mas hiyo na fire station pa precinct polisiya. Spokesperson para Guam Fire Department si Sharika Sharkalev ilingyan na internet service provider GTA Teleguam sa man-notifika po di sitwasyon dagyo na ora na tempo manatalo tati serbisyo zan emergency na numero siya may release statement gin ni GTA numasangan na gwaha problema gi opisyonan niya gizahagat niya no inafekta palo gi telefon na lamli para customer niya. Technician siya sa man maagang na mafatsutuin sigidas pero masoda ang mano na gayit sa nod sa mafamalik entiyo na ora ha na tempo. Yuto mo na asunto pero managwahan ni polisiya di DWI sobriety checkpoint no atutungri lambo na gilasayas esta lasayas gi ega ang nagupa. Sino na eksperansa din ni Teni gani manggay gi checkpoint? Gi Route 1 Marine Drive desti Dededos ta Gatnia, Route 16 Army Drive desti Harmon esta Barrigada, Route 10 Vietnam Memorial Highway desti Barrigada esta Chalampago, zani Route 14 Salan San Victorias kita tumom. Ang mamamay sa ni GPD nun sena dahi isinigun mizu, zon despasyuzi zan ginamato ham gi checkpoint sa puri official polisiya manggay sempri gi kantunsalan. Para Guam News Network, Guausikin Conception. Yasunto yung finut sa muro sa presenta zan ninafato ni Familiang Mizu gi First Hawaiian Bank.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
Our World War II survivors have endured more sacrifice, suffering, fear, hope, and perseverance than we can ever imagine. Their stories have been passed down from generation to generation and have become a central part of the legacies and histories of our families. As we commemorate our 77th annual liberation, we invite you to share these stories and special memories as we present My Liberation Hero. During the month of July, KUAM will feature these tributes on KUAM News as well as on our digital platforms. We ask that you start your video or written submissions with the phrase, My Liberation Hero is. And please submit pictures of your heroes if you have them. Send your emails to liberation@kuam.com. And let's give everyone a chance to reflect and remember these special times and people in our history. Happy 77th Liberation Day, Guam.
Brought to you by Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Ordot Dental Clinic, and Vince Jewelers.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
Help us celebrate the class of 2021. KUAM wants to help you celebrate this touchstone moment in the lives of your graduates. For the months of May and June, we will flood the social media pages of KUAM with photos and well wishes for the class of 2021 grads. Log on to KUAM.com to submit photos and brief messages or captions. Then look for your special grad on KUAM Instagram and the Facebook pages. From all of your friends here at KUAM, congratulations!
KUAM News, in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau, brings you the Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase. Look out for this powerful symbol for visitors, island residents, and industry workers alike, as it represents establishments with a consistent global commitment to safety practices. Stamped with approval by the Guam Visitors Bureau and the World Travel Tourism Council. Every Monday on KUAM News will feature a different local business who's taken the Safe Guam and Safe Travels pledge to maintain health and safety standards to get Guam back on track. Log on to visitguam.com to see how your business can receive the designation, what businesses in our community are Guam Safe certified, and have the WTTC Safe Travel certified.
Stay in your lane, 'cause we all have a different path. Don't worry, they all lead to the same place. Stay in your lane, no matter who's been weaving in and out. Going through the same, but not the same things. Same, but not the same. Going through the same.
Welcome back to The Link, everybody. You are probably just filing into work right now, and we hope you got to work safely wherever you are on Guam. If your Thursday is winding down, if you are in the States, we hope you had a pleasant day as well. And we have a treat for you, whether it is breakfast time, lunchtime, dinner time, anywhere in the world. We're always good for getting a good nosh on here, and our very own Chris Barnett and Lacey Martinez, our producer extraordinaire, in the back in the newsroom, headed over to Tamuing to go check out King's, and they tried the Fiesta Sampler, among other things. Classic Chamorro food, and Chris and Lacey talk about some of the cultural significance about the food and basically just chowed down. So here's Feed Me Friday.
Feed Me Fridays is brought to you by King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam.
Feed Me Fridays. Here are my girl Lacey Martinez of the KUAM News team. What's up, Lacey?
What's up?
Thanks for joining me. Lacey, of course, of the Foodie Call podcast, and so thanks for answering that Foodie Call. Lacey here with MJ, the hostess with the mostest.
I'm back.
Tamuing Kings. MJ.
Yes, sir.
Fiesta plates.
Yes. So what it is to build your own Fiesta plate. And you get choices. There's 4 choices. You can choose from barbecue chicken, short ribs, the fried chicken, or the smoked beef or tinola cutting. So
Right.
with red rice, chicken kelaguen, and cabbage salad.
And we couldn't decide on what to pick, so we just got everything.
Yes.
We got the barbecue chicken, we got the fried chicken, we got the short ribs, like you
Right.
said, the King's famous coleslaw, the chicken kelaguen. I love you guys' red rice, and the smoked dried beef.
Actually, this is cabbage salad. It's
Oh,
different from the
cabbage
coleslaw,
salad.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's cabbage salad, my
Yes.
bad. MJ, so this is cool because obviously during a time of COVID, no fiestas.
Right. So if you want a fiesta food, come on to King's.
And what are some of the popular combinations that you guys see people order?
Number one is usually the barbecue chicken, the smoked meat, and the short ribs. It's hardly ever the fried chicken.
So it's a tie 3 ways, right? Which is sad. You guys' fried chicken is absolutely amazing. Lacey, you're not a barbecue chicken person?
King's is one of the places that I will eat barbecue chicken. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Just so throughout the years, I mean, Chris is he wants to scold me on that, but I eat the barbecue chicken here.
Right. Yep.
It's very flavorful. It really is.
My mouth is watering right now. I'm staring at it.
Yep. Beautiful.
And this is great, MJ. The barbecue chicken, I love it too. I gotta ask, if you can, what's in your marinade?
Oh, can't get that out. I'm so sorry.
All right.
Secrets.
Top secret.
But it is almost like a local style.
Yeah, it's almost like a local style, but you know, they add their own flavors in there, so. And it comes out really, really good. And it's consistent. It tastes the same all the time.
That's so key. And that's, that's the death of a lot of restaurants, is inconsistency. I gotta say, when I go to King's, I know what I'm getting, and I always love what I get.
Right? Absolutely.
All right, you can get this with Finadeni too, right?
Yes, and yes, we have the vinegar Finadeni, but you know, just put soy sauce in it and you'll be good to go if you like soy sauce Finadeni.
Boom. And yeah, they do Denancy. They got the Pacific Red Hot here, so if you like it, pica caca, don't be shy. Ask them for a side of Denancy.
But your Finadeni is a little pica, right?
It is. It's a little piquant. You know, of course, others, they want more. You can always get Denancy on the side to add it on.
Right. Like my friend Andy Wheeler says, it's got some kick to it.
Yep.
All right, MJ, I don't want to chase you out of here, but, getting kind of hungry.
Okay.
Cello got to eat.
Cello's got to eat.
Fiesta Plate, is this available all day?
All day, every day.
All right, on.
24 hours a day.
Boom, just how you like it. King's Feed Me Fridays. Thank you so much, MJ.
Thank you.
It's time to eat. Let's go.
Boom, just like that. So, Lacey, what are you most excited to eat here? And if you could just run through what you see on the plate in front of you.
Okay, I've ordered this before, maybe not in this particular order, but I have the barbecue chicken. It is what stands out the most. Okay, the red rice actually stands out the most. Barbecue chicken, I have short ribs and dried meat. I think you got the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Smoked meat, rather. Smoked.
It's dried smoked beef.
Right. And this is a nice touch here, right here.
This is cool. So this is you see people do this a lot with the corn tortillas, but this is actually flour tortillas, which I really like.
No, I love fried flour tortillas.
Right, yeah.
It's basically a donut.
Yeah, it is, right? And corn tortillas, that's for old people. So flour tortillas, fried crispy. I'm sorry,
Fresh corn tortillas actually is wonderful when
Right.
you have it right out of the fryer.
Uh-huh.
But this is still great. We've been, talking a little bit. And
Right. And then corn tortillas, usually I like to eat it with fish for some reason. But we have the fried flour tortillas here. Like Lacey said, I love King's red rice. Their barbecue chicken, it's a boneless, skinless thigh. It just looks beautiful, man. And then we've got this short rib hiding under this. Oh my God.
I don't know anyone who does not like short ribs, except for vegetarians.
Right, yeah. And vegans. We
And
love
vegans.
short ribs. We got no issues with short ribs.
I'm on a diet, and you know this, so.
I know. Okay, so guys, full disclosure, Lacey is actually participating in the KUAM. It's not really a weight loss challenge. You guys are doing like weight loss and then.
It is weight loss. I mean,
So-
we're trying to lose the most body fat.
Right,
And,
yeah.
But you asked me to come on the show.
Yeah.
I don't restrict myself. How often do I have the opportunity to eat with you? We're
Right.
like the big food people. We're
That's it.
serious eaters in the office.
Totally.
I haven't had red rice in a little bit.
I bet. And then everyone else in the weight loss challenge asked me to sabotage you by inviting you here today, so.
That's fine. They leave candy on my desk all the time. Joan put some cookies this morning on my desk. But there's also chicken kelp in here that I forgot
Right, yeah.
about.
I'm gonna go ahead and start with this chicken.
Right.
calzone.
I like that it's nice chopped and baked.
It's so cool,
Sometimes
yeah.
chicken caliquin is over processed, and this is
Mm.
nice and chunky.
Oh,
I mean, I'm gonna eat along with you since this is your show, and I'm just sitting in for Sabrina.
man, Lacey, right off the bat, I'm tasting that smoky flavor.
Yeah, so it's authentic chicken Caliquin. It's not just an oven, and no hate on that.
Yeah.
They didn't just oven roast it.
There's a little bit of hint of pica, but you know, they keep it kind of mainstream. Not too overdone with the lemon.
No, I do like an aggressive Caliquin though, but it's fine.
Oh, this
It's
is
great.
really good, actually.
No, I'm not going to finish that because I want to rotate. That's the beauty of
Okay.
a Fiesta plate. You get to eat a little bit of this, eat a little bit of that.
I mean, the Fiesta plate for me, it's an excuse to go big, because when would you order short ribs, chicken, smoked meat, Caliquin, cabbage salad, red rice all at the same time? You just wouldn't. I mean, this is like 2 meals in one. 3 maybe.
And you were saying that during the pandemic, right, we don't have Fiestas right now. But they've had this, I think, on their menu for a long time. And that has never stopped me from ordering it. I go to my friend's house or my family's house and we have our little Fiesta. I don't pile my plate like this because I like just a little bit of everything.
Right.
But, I mean, they've had this for a long time, so it must mean people like me order it.
Yep, they love it. Well, there goes the Caliquin. That was good.
No, I'm going to be a lady today and just kind of taste everything.
I'm going to go ahead and try this dried smoked beef. Dip it in our Finadeni here.
I am going to rotate my plate a little bit.
Oh, wow.
This is a big piece, though. I mean, I have a small mouth, so I'm just going to cut that.
That's just your classic, traditional dried smoked beef.
I'm going to go in with the red rice, though.
I'm gonna marinate this tonight in my Finadeni.
I do the same thing with my dried meat. It's rehydrating it and then getting that acid into it.
Right. Man, their red rice is...
I know. I'm going to have to eat red rice today. Now, are you a soy sauce Finadeni person? This is just a lemon and...
Honestly, I'm more of a Denancy guy. I love Finadeni though, and I love this vinegar Finadeni. It reminds me of my grandparents used to really favor the vinegar Finadeni over soy sauce.
I think soy sauce is a newer addition to the menu.
Right.
And the vinegar really helps break through the rich flavors of your
It's just so good.
chutney, your meat. Yeah, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to do that.
We get a little bit of the onion on there and that.
The Finadeni is a little spicy. It's not pica at all. I thought it was.
Man, give me the straw. I would drink this vinegar Finadeni. This Vinadeni.
I just had an accident.
Man down, man down.
It's just less for me to have to eat.
Hey, if you don't want to eat, just let me know.
Well, if I wasn't in front of the camera, honestly, I would be scooping it with a spoon so I could get the Finadeni on it. I have no shame.
I want to get in on this short rib, man.
Just kind of do that here.
I'm so embarrassed that my relatives see me cutting short rib with a fork and a knife.
Oh, you know, the magic of television. So far, these are very traditional smoky flavors. Just light smoke, but it's there, even within the smoked meat.
Short rib, of course.
What about your short rib?
We really favor a little sweeter flavor on the short rib, and that's what I'm getting here. And it's so tender.
I just had a pocket of fat from that dry meat. Hit my mouth.
Yeah.
I'm Well, you kind of look forward to that. There is that leanness that you get from dried meat, but then you
Right.
want that
You do.
burst of fat,
Yes.
rendered beef.
I'm loving this Fiesta plate. All that's missing is the electric slide playing super loud in the background.
I was telling Chris, before we started here, that I even dressed for the occasion. I wore my
Yeah.
Half a Day Friday dress.
Lacey came with the island print.
Mm-hmm. I want to have the whole experience.
Right on.
All right. I really wish they were playing JD Crush in the background.
Something, right? They actually turn off the music here while we shoot, so that's why it's quiet. Lacey, how's that short rib?
Very, very mildly sweet.
It's good though. So subtle, right? So obviously you want this short rib. You don't want your short rib to be dry like your dried beef, and it's not. This is a.
No, it's very moist actually.
Oh, it's freaking good.
I almost dipped into Finideni, but that would have been a little bit of a mistake.
Right, because you want to taste this marinade. We tried to get what's in the marinade, but MJ wasn't telling.
This is more of I think we've adopted that Korean style
Right,
almost,
yeah.
but not quite.
Not quite.
Not quite Korean style. I know that some people say that Chamorros don't like sweet meat, but that's not true anymore.
Be with pride.
I put a little bit of fruit in mine, I guess.
Mm.
I mean, if ever I eat meat or make
Oh, that
meat.
is good.
Now, what about that barbecue chicken?
Get into that barbecue chicken, Lacey. I'm gonna try some of this fried chicken. And
I
fin
think
it
you're
in.
not going to be able to contain yourself, though. So
I have to just try this. Frick. Oh my God. Bro. You first.
it's still one of my favorite barbecue chickens. There's one other person who does barbecue chicken, an old family member. They moved off island recently, so I haven't had barbecue chicken in months. This is one of my favorites. It's not sweet, it's local style. Boneless, kind of my favorite.
Right, yeah. It's a boneless, skinless thigh, and they cut all those fat bubbles off of it. Really, I really love the thigh. It's juicy. It's not dry like the breast. Let me try some of this here. Oh, yeah.
I think it's very representative of our Fiesta plate.
Mm-hmm.
When visitors or our family members come on island, this is the place that you go to. Don't
Right.
skip King's. And it's nice that they have this.
Right, and so you get yourself a Fiesta plate, and then you jam any of the great classic King's breakfast dishes. Guys, don't sleep on their fried chicken. It's so delicious.
But this, you know, I forgot. We should have asked MJ. Is this separate from their other fried chicken? This is the Fiesta style.
Their house chicken, it's always the same, always delicious. Not filled out. It's a thigh.
I'm gonna finish swallowing this one bite first. Oh, you're going all in? I don't know how to attack this.
Yep. Juicy, tender. Kind of embarrassed by how hungry I am. This is like the best.
I'm not. I didn't eat breakfast.
Right. I did.
This is this is my intermittent fasting.
Right.
You know, wink.
Yep, I ate breakfast.
I just skipped breakfast because I knew I was going to eat, and I'm going to eat.
I'm like a hobbit. I eat a first breakfast, then I have a second breakfast, and a third breakfast. Right. You know, this is a great Fiesta plate. And like a Fiesta, you can balutan this to go if you can't eat the whole thing.
Is that a challenge?
No. If you want to eat the whole thing, go for it. If you don't, I like to always have a little something for later. So thank you, Kings, again. Lacey, it's been great eating lunch with you here on this Fiesta Friday.
I know you're always upset because I will rarely eat lunch with you now.
I know. And it's always good. Lacey's got a great, she's one of my favorite foodies. And this King's Fiesta plate, it's Lacey approved. I absolutely love it.
Thanks, Kings, really. Boy, I just want to say that I love the combination of fried rice. Red rice and fried chicken, crispy, salty.
Yeah. Because at the Fiesta, you get barbecue chicken, and then you do get the fried chicken, right?
Yes.
So pretty much grow feathers, you eat so much chicken at the Fiesta. Guys, come on by, check out the Fiesta plate at King's. They always got some great deals. Thank you to MJ and the staff here at Timoni Kings for feeding us on this Friday.
All right, thanks. Adios.
Feed Me Fridays is brought to you by King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam.
Family platter of fried chicken?
Check.
Tray of red rice?
Check.
Birthday cake?
Check.
1 case of water?
Check.
12-pack of beer?
Check.
2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. A fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at a secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception, seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
As a reporter, I often ask people what compelled them to get the COVID-19 vaccine. For me, someone who's lived through coronavirus, I can't help but fear the idea of possibly infecting others, unknowingly passing it along to someone with a lesser immune system, someone's mother, father, grandparent, or someone who wouldn't be as blessed to suffer only minor symptoms. When I contracted COVID, that is what weighed most on my heart and mind, and that's why I did everything in my power to prevent this from happening, by following public health protocols. And now I am doing the same thing, being mindful my decisions, choices, and actions don't only affect me, but the entire nation. So I chose to get vaccinated, simply to protect others. My name is Adriana Cotero. I'm a KUAM News reporter and anchor, and a proud member of the Vaccine Nation.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Brought to you by American Medical Center, your partner in healthcare.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Good morning. Friday, whoa, Bendis! Rock Bottom. This is a good one, no, Joe? Come and get your love. Redbone, the original artist of that one. It's kind of like Mr. Babalta's time, maybe. Sal Babalta, Guam Regional Transit Authority head honcho, joining us in the KUAM News Zoom room. Good morning, Mr. B.
Hey, good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina. Sabrina,
she's somewhere on here. I think she's visiting
okay.
her. She's visiting her parents in the hospital in Las Vegas, sir.
Oh, okay.
Happy early Father's Day, by the way.
Well, thank you, Chris. Same to you, man.
Right on. Hey, we'll just get right into it, sir. So I know you had sent me these draft plans here, and there's just a lot of stuff in the works to help kind of modernize the Guam Regional Transit Authority. But I guess we could kind of start with there's some news last week about, I think Congressman San Nicolas had, how did he explain it? He secured language in a measure that's working its way through the Congress, setting aside somewhat $20 million for bus shelters.
That's correct. That's correct, Chris.
Has that gone through, Mr. Babalta, or is it just still in bill form?
Yeah, I think it's still in bill form, if I'm not mistaken, but probably he was assured that that language will be part of the bill that goes forward to, both houses of Congress and then to the president for his signature, So I hope and pray that, it's signing for us because it'll be very advantageous, as we begin to move forward in building more capacity with Guam Regional Transit Authority. And of course, the economy will begin to grow. And more visitors coming into Guam, we need bus shelters, bus shelters that our people be safe and, be comfortable while waiting for transportation. So, and the other thing with that is, we really need an adequate transfer station in Guam and, the Hagåtña Restoration Commission has set aside that piece of property by April for GRTA to build its transfer station. So with that, when we build a transfer station, there'll be an office there for GRTA to provide information to our riders and also to have like a convenience center there where people can buy food, use the bathroom, and so forth. So it'd be very helpful. That 20 million is definitely going to be very helpful, Yeah. And we'll be working with the mayors to identify, good locations where we can situate the bus shelters. Yeah.
Mr. B, let's talk about, did you guys anticipate receiving any American Rescue Plan funding specifically for transit?
The Governor of Guam, along with the finance team, are working, and putting together a plan for the entire government. And of course, we submitted our proposal, and it's being considered. So just being patient and wait to see what the outcome is going to be. But all cabinet members were advised to submit a plan and be able to strongly justify what their proposals are.
Can you tell us a little bit about your plan? How much did you ask for, and then what are some of the proposals that you're trying to put on the table?
Well, Chris, we still need more buses, So we've asked that we get, as much as we can, hopefully around $6 million to purchase more buses. And with the buses, we'll be able to have more frequency going to the different bus stops, so our people won't have to wait long to get to their ultimate destination, whether it be for school, for work, for medical appointments, and so forth. So we asked for funds to buy electric buses. Of course, the American Rescue Plan is focused on sustainability, on green energy. So we asked that we purchase whatever we can with $6 million to buy electric buses. We're also looking at, GRTA continues to grow, and the Public Law 30-5 allows us to be an autonomous agency. So we work with the board to come up with the manpower, the manning that we need to make ourselves autonomous and be able to be more responsive in the dynamics of growing the Guam transit system in Guam.
Wow, where's this bill at? Whose bill is this? This bill.
So essentially, that's what we propose, is to buy buses and to pardon me, Chris?
What bill is this? This would give the Guam Regional Transit Authority autonomy, you said?
Yeah, Bill 30-5. It was passed back in 2011, Chris.
Oh, I see.
March 2011. Yeah.
Gotcha.
So, yeah. So, the other thing that the governor clearly stressed to all cabinet members is that, when you ask for resources, you got to be able to sustain the financial requirements with whatever resources you ask for. So, with GRTA, we started advertising on our buses. We're going to be looking at, hopefully an Uber-type transit system that will enable us to come up with an Uber mobility on demand, where riders can download their app, whether they're tourists or residents of Guam, download the app, schedule their rides, and we'll have a van go out and pick up people going to the same destination. So, with Uber, there's the software has about 60 languages. So with that, there's Korean, there's Japanese, there's Chinese, and other tourists within Asia who can download the app, schedule their rides when they come to Guam, GRTA, or our partners from private industry will be ready to pick those people up. And we'll derive some of our income from that. We're also looking at franchising public transportation and managing public parking in Guam. And so, with those funding sources, hopefully we'll be able to be self-sustaining.
Mr. Babalta, I'd like to introduce my good friend and colleague on the floor here who would like to ask you a question, Mr. Jason Solis from the KUAM News team. Jason?
Yeah, Mr. B. Buenas, thanks for joining us again. As a computer guy, when I first heard that you guys were, going to evaluate and hopefully implement, the Uber style of ride sharing, I'm curious to say, what kind of career opportunities and what type of, how this will also change the dynamic of how you staff at GRTA, because obviously you're going to need people with maybe a different skill set to manage those systems and to be able to maintain them on a day-to-day basis. And I've been here long enough that I remember when Department of Public Works implemented their highway management system. I think it was maybe around 2003, 2004. They brought in all of these engineers to do what was basically like the closed circuit TV system for all the traffic lights, and that was fantastic and everything. So are you kind of using the same approach to, as you talk about modernizing the on-demand system, the dispatching, the communications network?
Right, Chris, Jason, you're right. Pretty much, it'd be similar to that. But one thing about the Federal Transit Administration, because of the nature of transporting people and making sure that the rides are safe, making sure that the rides are on time, the Federal Transit Administration has a policy that's called asset management. Unlike other probably federal governments, we are mandated with that policy to make sure that whatever system we purchase with FTA funds, whatever building we build, use FTA funds, that we have a transit asset plan that we make sure that we are maintaining and upkeeping whatever resources we've bought, but we are going to make sure by FTA policy that the system is maintained effectively. And the building is maintained. But definitely, one of the like with our request with the American Rescue Plan is a management information systems person, to ensure that our systems are well maintained and they're reliable. I mean, well, as a matter of fact, we're looking at making sure that we have backup electronic systems so that when the power goes out, or that our buses are going to be charged, our transit management system remains intact, because we are transporting paratransit riders who need to get to their medical appointments. So therefore, it's imperative that and that will not negate any of the riders' transportation requirements.
Yeah, Mr. B, how big of a fleet are you looking at maintaining when you talk about just deploying all of these electric buses?
Sure, I'll tell you what. Right now, to have a reliable and safe, transit system, I've got on the board here. I'd like to have at least. Our goal is to have about 150 buses, but
wow.
We're going to continue to build. We have 20. We have 26 right now. We're buying 10. We're buying about 10 more. We're hoping to get. Then we have 8 that we're purchasing through the bus and bus facilities. That $9.5 million grant that we purchased. For the first time, we submitted a couple of grants, competitive grants, and both times we were awarded, combined $11. So, man, I'll tell you, in the less than 3 years, we've got money for for GRTA, $11 million. We're ordering more buses. We're building a facility. We're building a park and ride. We're this mobility on demand. We will be doing it's a feasibility study that will put together as a team to study the viability of mobility on demand transit operations in Guam. This grant that we were awarded to do this is a special grant. Only 25 transit agencies in the United States were awarded grants to do this study and report back to FTA so that they can take this information and share it with other transit agencies in the United States. One of the big mobility on demand is that the old way of transit, where you send a bus out to the different bus stops, hoping that somebody will be there to be picked up, that's the old way of doing transit business. It's costly, but with this mobility on demand, when we send a van out to pick up people, we know that somebody's going to be picked up. So, we're maximizing our resources. But again, the nature of the study is to make sure that, we have good data. We study the data and forward that up to Federal Transit Administration, not at Region 9, but at Washington, D.C., because again, they're going to compile all this information along with the other 24 states. So it's very dynamic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now, Mr. B, I'm old enough to remember, because I'm 47 years old, so I remember, maybe what.
I'm 69.
Well, we're not that far apart. So so I remember what many consider maybe like in the 80s to be like kind of like the heyday, right, of like Guam public transit, when the waiver ride system.
Ride the bus.
Yeah, then the waiver ride system where you could literally like just stand on the side of the road, hold your hand up, and the bus would pull over in a like in a safe way for everybody. Is it your vision to maybe somewhere down the road and everything like that to get back to that point, and where public transit would operate in concert with like with the private taxi systems and then privately owned personally owned vehicles, and then also these new startup companies that are operating now and doing their own on-demand rides, like there's like Stroll Guam and some like Uno Go and some of these companies. So like it's a big ecosystem that obviously you could be part of. So how do you manage that where there's not contention between all of you, but it actually makes for like a very fluid transportation system?
Yeah, Chris, and Jason, a lot of people tend to overlook the fact that, in growing an economy, transportation is one of the big factors in any economic growth. So it's very important that as we do this study, that, we take a look at the different factors that will enable us to arrive at decisions that will make, this transit operations, viable and effective for all the people of Guam. GRTA, I have to admit, GRTA cannot address all the transit needs of Guam. We have to work together with private industry so that together we can, see what they can do best, what we can do best, and be mindful of resources that are available. The other thing that people need to be mindful of is that transit is not a money-making venture in terms of government entity. It's service to the people. We pick up riders, right? We bring them to work. They go to work. They make a salary. They're taxed. They take that paycheck, go out to the Micronesian Mall, spend that money, and the businesses will take that money and pay taxes. So, it's that's why some people think that transit will be able to sustain itself. Of course, they try to do that, but there's always a big need to make sure that service is there to provide for the people, and that in providing for the people, that they contribute to the economic growth of Guam. So but definitely, Jason, we have to be mindful of the fact that private industry is important in any transit business. So yeah.
Certainly, yeah. That's a very, very big ambitious project you've got ahead of you. I mean, it seems like it's not just it doesn't sound like it's a slow migration over incremental steps. I mean, you guys are basically becoming a new agency in a certain light.
Jason, yeah, Jason, the other thing about this man, I tell you, I've been retired, really, to be honest with you, and I'm not bragging retirement GRTA, but it's a service that I provide to the people. This is reality that I'm telling you right now. I never had any chance to use hot water until I enlisted in the United States Air Force. So I'm mindful of where I came from. And with that, I have passion with these people who are looking for transportation to go to their medical appointments, to go to find jobs, be able to work, and that's really the kind of people that I have in my agency right now. We grew from 7 people to almost 70 people right now. And we're comfortable with the service that we're providing, with the resources that we have. Imagine, there's never been any support for the homeless in terms of transportation. We're supporting veterans with no transportation, in addition to paratransit and fixed route, So that's where the passion and the heart comes from. And that's where I'm at right now with this transit agency. Mm-hmm. I'm passionate about this, man. I want to do good for the people of Guam. And it's not about recognition or what, it's about providing for the poor or the poorest, because I came from there.
Right on. Mr. Rabauta, yeah, I didn't know what hot water was either when I was growing up, so I can relate. But I just want to commend you because we haven't had someone like you leading transit, so it's really very, very good to hear what your center is. We're out of time, though, Mr. B. Is there anything you want to add in closing?
Man, Chris, I just want to let the people of Guam know that, since 2011, GRTA was born, and, we cannot make drastic improvements overnight, but I can assure them that we're doing our best. And just bear with us because we're going to get there somehow. And I thank you for this opportunity.
Always. Thank you, Mr. B.
All right, sir. Have a good day. You guys have a good weekend.
You too. Happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day, sir.
Right on. Mr. Selbabauta, it's 9:21. Let's go ahead and do the sneak peek of the One Micronesia podcast right here on the link. Jay, tell us a little bit more about this great podcast, which is one of our flagship shows on the KUAM Podcast Network.
Yeah, sure. So each and every week, Victorious Falan, and he's really, this became it's kind of gone from, like, would you like to work on this? So like assignment to passion project. And, he really has taken, ownership of this show. And it really means a lot to him because he reaches out and he networks with, people of all Pacific Island heritages. And, he'll profile people. He's talked to people who are doing things in education. He's even talked to people in government throughout the Micronesia Islands. Seeing, it's funny, we had the Repatriation Act yesterday, the third one, bringing 51 nationals back or FSM nationals back to Pohnpei. But Vic's reached out. He's talked to like so many people, talked to artists, talked to creative people, talked to educators, talked to people who just want to, share their experience and their heritage with everybody.
Right. And so in this episode, he talks with Peter Cruz, formerly of a Tribal Theory artist, also known as Huddley on the One Micronesia podcast, talking about Pete's music and following his dream while encouraging others to find the creativity that lies within each of us. Good morning. It's the One Micronesia podcast sneak peek.
The One Micronesia update is presented by Taco Bell and Docomo Pacific. Better together. Half a day, guys, and we're back with another episode of the One Micronesia podcast. And this time, man, I'm excited. I got to sit down with this guy years and years ago. Is it years ago? I mean, 2 years ago. I want to say 2 years ago when I was still on radio, and we did the It's a Hang Thang podcast with me and Tyler. He came down and we sat down and we just chopped it up and we just had a great time of just really getting to know each other and getting to know his story. But that was years and years ago. Maybe that podcast, maybe not a lot of people got to see it, but I wanted to bring him back on. And when it comes to everything Micronesia, when it comes to the Micronesian culture and Micronesian music, this guy is amongst the top at the top, pretty much in promoting everything culture and music of Micronesia, and also especially when it comes to Chamorro music. So I wanted to get him back on. Ladies and gentlemen, with me on the podcast today, I do have the one, the only Peter Cruz, aka Huddley. Welcome to the show, my bro.
Half a day, Vic. Thanks for having me, man. It's a pleasure to be here, man. Appreciate you.
So people might know your music, but maybe not know your face and your story. So I want to start there. For those who maybe have not yet gotten to know you, let's start there. Mr. Peter Cruz, let's talk about you, where you're from, where you're currently at. Let's start there.
Yeah. I grew up in Guam, born and raised. I graduated from high school in 2008 from Trinity. That doesn't exist anymore.
What?
In Jigo, yeah. It was Trinity, then St. Paul's, and now defunct, right? So I was for lack of better words, the last crusader at Trinity Christian School. I stayed on Guam for a little bit. I played for a local band called Table for Five for a long time. And then that's when I moved out around 2010. I came to San Diego and I stayed here, but I used to come home all the time. So I'd come home every summer because all my family's still on Guam. And yeah, so that's kind of my background as far as Guam is concerned. And I moved out here for school. And then I joined a band out here called Tribal Theory, and I played with them from 2011 to 2019. And did a lot of touring, did a lot of writing, released a lot of music with them. And yeah, and that's kind of like where I'm at currently, is just writing my own music.
That's crazy, and we're gonna get to that. That's such a beautiful stage, and we've seen so many artists do this. Where of course, you have to start. You have the band and everything, but at one point in time, I talked to Shelby about this. I mean, at one point in time, you're gonna want to kind of step away from the whole scene and kind of revive, kind of take a deep breath and like, okay. Because every single artist has their own style at music. When it comes to a band, of course, we see it as a whole, but then each individual in the band at one point has something to offer as well. So you guys have definitely taken that step. Shabby has done it too, and then you have done it as well. So that's amazing. We're going to get to that just in a little bit. I want to talk about Tribal Theory. I mean, that was just a huge thing, bro. Like we've heard the music from the band for so long, and people here on Island, you guys have been on Island so many times to perform at the GMIF, and people just go crazy over Tribal Theory, and knowing that there are Island roots within the band. That's just an amazing thing. So let's talk about how that all started. How did you find them? Did they find you? You found them? How did it work?
Well, we used to go to this bar at the time. Well, it was like a sports bar / restaurant for Junior Seau. So he had a restaurant here, and every Wednesday they would have an island night. So that's kind of how I stumbled on that, because, you know, we were craving that reggae scene, reggae music, really. And me and my pops went one summer when he was out here. He just turned 21, and we ran into a couple of the members. One of my good friends, still really close with, AJ, one of the original singers. He actually was the first guy I met there and introduced me to their manager at the time. And I started playing bass for a couple of shows, and then it just kind of evolved to, you know, more of touring. I pushed these guys to tour, and I was like, you know, we got to go to Guam, we got to do this, we need to write music. And then, you know, I invited some of my other friends from Guam to join the band. So that's how it started, was just kind of going out on the local circuit and scene out here, and just kind of fell on my lap, more or less.
That's crazy. Let's talk about that. You know, I mean, you performed, like, you came from a small island. You performed a little bit on Guam with a band, and then you flew to the States, and then all of a sudden you're with this band, and now you're touring. I mean, nowadays we're seeing so many local bands. I mean, before COVID, get out into the scene and touring, and Cali Roots, you name these big festivals, you see a Guam band in there, and it's never you never saw this 20 years ago, but now, you know, you flew out there to the States, and then now you got that taste of touring. You know, how is that for you? How's that feeling to, you know, start touring and stuff like that?
Well, I think my bro Shelby can attest to the same thing. Is touring's great, and I think every band or musician that's aspiring to do that should do it. And it's fun. It's absolutely fun, but it's a draining experience when it comes to, like, if you don't have the right amenities, you know, sometimes it could be really hard, but at the end of the day, it's worth it, because you get to play in front of people. You get to play in front of people that probably have never heard you. And it's just cool to travel. Like, I love to travel. So it was fun. It was definitely fun, but things change, you know, like, what really mattered to me was, like, coming back to my roots. And sometimes you just got to take a step back and, like, just focus on home. You know what I mean? For me, it was a matter of writing music. And, I love the tour life, but, I felt like my heart was sitting and producing, writing music.
Let's start with what you got dropping today. I mean, we talk about a song that it's been in the works, the collaboration work has been done, and now people are waiting for it. So let's talk about the brand new one that drops today.
Yeah, today, my newest single, Isla, featuring my brother Josh Malik, is available everywhere. So whatever streaming platform you use, go stream it. But it's a very near and dear song, very close to my heart. It's very Guam centric. It's all about Guam. So it's the only song that I've written so far about Guam. And I really wanted to create a song that people can, you know, draw near to and be proud of, you know, if, you know, from Guam or have some Guam roots, whatever it may be. I wanted it to be that song that you're jamming out to and, having a good time to. So really excited about this, and big shout out to my brother Josh Malik, who did an amazing job on this song as well. And I hope everybody that's listening to it enjoys it.
I wanted to ask, what if somebody was out there, let's say a Micronesian artist out there who've been a fan of you, or seen you and perform alongside Josh and Shelby. What if they want to reach out to you and ask questions or want to collaborate? Is that something you would want to do down the line?
Absolutely. I'm always open to collaborating, and, you know, my goal is to perpetuate this Micronesian culture through our music. So if anybody ever has questions about anything music related, or you want to reach out and you need someone to talk to, I'm your boy. So I'm here to help. And if my music can do the same, then I think I'm doing my job. But, you know, as far as music is concerned, I'm always available on my DMs, or, you know, in my website. I also have my email there. So if you have any questions, I'm always open to it. I pretty much run this team all by myself. So you're talking to me for the most part. So yeah, please reach out if you guys ever have any questions.
The One Micronesia Update is presented by Taco Bell and Docomo Pacific. Better together. Help us celebrate the class of 2021. KUAM wants to help you celebrate this touchstone moment in the lives of your graduates. For the months of May and June, we will flood the social media pages of KUAM with photos and well wishes for the class of 2021 grads. Log on to KUAM.com to submit photos and brief messages or captions. Then look for your special grad on KUAM Instagram and the Facebook pages from all of your friends here at KUAM. Congratulations, seniors!
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. 'Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
One love, one big family. Check it out. Let's do this.
Welcome back on this Fiesta Friday to Here on the Link. Chris, Jason, and Joser running things. Sabrina is taking care of family business, so we wish her the best. But we bring in our good friend, Chef Peter Duenas, who wears many, many hats in addition to his chef's hat, including being the main man at the Micronesia Chefs Association, who have a wonderful event that we're going to tell you about right now. It's Cultural Sustenance, showing how food is an integral part of our island's culture. You know, food here is a form of communication. It's social currency. It is many, many things. So, Chef, always good to have you, man. It's been a while.
Afade, thank you for having me.
Okay, so, and I interviewed members of Humanities Guahan a couple years ago, Chef, about, you know, they were offering workshops on showing how, you know, like food in this part of the world, specifically for Chamorro culture, there's such a deep meaning to, you know, what food is, what dishes are chosen, the preparation of it, you know, the serving. To a lot of people, they might either overlook that or just think, you know, like it's no big deal. But to us, this is a really, really big part of our culture. So how are you incorporating that into this workshop?
Well, you know, in conjunction with the Humanities Guahan, we received a grant through the CARES Act, and we were able to create a programming that would be educational, cultural, and be right down our alley. And here on Guam, as we all know, food is a major part of our culture, and we celebrate food with every occasion from birth through death. And you know, food is definitely an integral part of our culture. And so for our event, which begins on Tuesday, June 22nd, and a second day on June 23rd, Wednesday, it's going to be up at the Guam Community College multi-purpose auditorium, which is adjacent to the Culinary Academy. And we're going to be featuring various speakers. We have a couple of food scholars, cultural scholars, and they're going to be talking about how, you know, well, actually, we're going to be discussing and demonstrating some of the more traditional foods of Chamorro cuisine. And then we're going to be moving on to things like information on, and education on traditional fishing practices, farming, and how farming is a very important part of our culture and our food. And you know, it's gonna be a full 2 days. We have several chefs that are gonna be demonstrating traditional foods, and myself, I'm gonna be doing one on Wednesday too. So again, it's like a 2-day event, and you know, the whole purpose is education and just perpetuating the cultural aspects of our cuisine. and there'll be talk about traditional, and there's going to be talk about modern traditional is what I like to call it, or post-Spanish. So after the Spaniards came to Guam, our cuisine changed dramatically, and a lot of things were incorporated into our cuisine, which is what we see a lot of today. And that's a very important part as well. And talking about fiestas and how fiestas are a very important part of our culture, and even though it wasn't traditional, it is what we call traditional today.
And I think your voice on these panels is going to be so valued because you were kind of like the first one in a very grand way who brought maybe what we can consider the next evolution of Chamorro cooking to light. And you did the fusion Chamorro cooking where you took your classical training with the traditional techniques, and then you used more contemporary culinary methods and everything. And now that's an approach that several people have done both on Guam and abroad.
Yes. It was 13 years ago, after working 20 years in the industry and cooking all types of other cuisines, French, Italian, Asian, you name it, I pretty much have done it. And, one day when I decided it was time for a new horizon, I thought, why not do our own cuisine, Chamorro cuisine, but, not your typical home comfort food presentations, but more or less like incorporating some of what I've learned along the way through my experience and taking Chamorro food to another level. And then Mezcla was born. So it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, and also kind of like the whole dynamic of food is you take something maybe as simple as maybe tatizas, right? And a lot of people would just think, okay, well, tatizas is tatizas, and not necessarily, because it's a regional thing, and you can say, well, in a particular part of the island they prefer corn, or with a particular family they only do flour, or even with a historically, or a certain part they can say, no, like our house we only do mana tatizas.
Oh yeah.
And we take that stuff very seriously out here.
Well, every household has their secret family recipe on various things, and tatizas is like a sacred thing.
Yep.
If your household or your family has a secret tatizas recipe, it's because a grandma or a great grandma or a great grandma passed that down, and that is our culture.
Yeah, you're right. A lot of families have their secret recipes. Like my Uncle Greg puts ketchup in his stafao.
True, and close to your if you don't pass it on, it'll fade, right?
Yeah.
And so, like, our tatizas recipe at Mezcla is like my grandmother's flour tatizas recipe, and I just incorporated some basil and some olives.
Wow.
And made it a little different, right? So there's so many things to do. Like Denancy is like a household product, and in most families there is a Denancy recipe that's been in the family for years, and and that works for all the other types of specialty items like masidzas and Ustin Tukun and even Kadampika, like a special family recipe of Kadampika. And nowadays, the newer generations are getting a little more creative with how they do things as we have progressed into the modern age. There's so many other things that are available to us that wasn't necessarily available to us many years ago. So things like fresh herbs and spices that we weren't accustomed to having, we have nowadays. So it's it's interesting how you would incorporate some of those things into something that's traditional, and it may be perceived as a non-traditional or non-classical style, but when people eat it, they say, "Oh man, that's delicious."
Yeah, chef. Chef, I got to give you props because you don't like. I mean, I know you say you wanted to bring it to a whole new level, but you like keep definitely always one Zori in the traditional way, so you can go to Mespa and you can get some from Chef Pete, and it might be like a deconstructed Tinactac or whatever, but then you can also get the Tanala Chutney, which is so traditional, right? And then you talk about. Go ahead.
I know. I think that's a funny phrase, keeping one Zori in it, but truly, that has always been my philosophy. Like, I guess in my generation, I'm getting up there in age, so in my generation, I was still in that part of the Chamorro culture where a lot of things were being done in a more traditional way. And I was privileged enough to experience that in my childhood, and knowing the deep-rooted foundation of some of our dishes has helped pave the way for me to utilize my professional experience and knowledge and be able to build on that. Whereas, if you, let's just say you didn't have a general idea of what real Gulai Haugen Suni is, right?
Yeah.
And then you just one day decide, I'm going to try making Gulai Haugen Suni, right? And then you make it, you follow someone else's recipe, and then you kind of make it your own. It'll probably be very different. Whereas, when I was young, it was waiting in the mud, in the taro patch to pick only the nice looking taro leaves for grandma, or else I was going to get in trouble if I didn't pick the nice leaves.
Right.
And then knowing what to do with those leaves prior to making the Gulai Haugen Suni, and then harvesting the mango, the turmeric ginger, and then having to grade that where all your fingers turn yellow and orange, and then the elders get mad at you and say you're supposed to put salad oil on your fingers before you touch that.
Wow. Yeah. Salad oil.
You know what I mean? I mean, it's just knowing the foundation of certain things before you can experiment with it, and that is, I guess that is one of the things I cherish the most, is that I was privileged to experience that.
Yeah,
and even like digging up dogu and taro and processing it, those kind of things were like very very deeply planted in my memory banks. And so, it's like it's kind of like second nature after a while, right? So again, like our kids today, I mean, they don't know a whole lot about our culture, let alone the cultural food. They just know how to eat it.
Well, somebody's got to eat it.
And that is probably going to be the theme of the lessons that are going to be passed down at this event.
Come and eat.
So we've been doing like the Zoom thing, Chef, for a year and a half now and everything like that. And with a event like this, when you're doing demonstrations and everything like that, being in the same room, being able to smell the ingredients fresh and everything, and being able to interact and breathe the same air as the masters who are preparing them is probably key. So how are you structuring this whole thing at GCC?
Well, so we're maxing our capacity at 50, and by the way, there's still seats available, and we have some information we can pass down. Well, it's on our flyers that are going around right now.
We,
and
we got them
you
up
can
on
contact-
up on screen right now, Chef.
Yes, if you want to attend both days or even one or the other day, that's fine. You just have to contact Chef Paul Kerner, and he is the one setting up the arrangements. But it will be classroom style setup. We'll have a cooking demo table. There'll be demonstrations, but unfortunately, due to the whole COVID guidelines and the restrictions, that there'll be no sampling at this event. Sorry. As
This
much
interview
as
is
I,
over. This interview is over.
Chris
As
just
much
said
as
click.
I hate to say it, but just being upfront and honest.
Yeah, no, that's good.
You know, I don't want attendees to go there with the expectation of tasting some of the foods where, you know, we're technically we're not allowed to let.
Well,
anybody
that's
taste it.
absolutely fair about food and Chamorro culture and everything like that, is because it means so much to our people. You have to earn it. It's one thing to say someone would be hospitable or generous and just make you a plate, or invite you into their home and and break bread with you. It's another thing to say, okay, well, you did a service for me. You helped out in the village. You came and prayed the rosary when my family needed it and everything like that. Here's some food in return, and that's a very deep meaning that people have to understand.
Yeah, it's going to be like the Fiesta, Chef, because the real action is going to be happening in the back.
Exactly. I like that, and that's true. In most fiestas, the back kitchen is where it's at.
That's where the turtle is. All right. Yeah, Chef, thank you. Man, I really appreciate how you talk about the traditional stuff with such great respect, right, and reverence, and then knowing that, like I said, you got that 1 foot there, but then you serve up dishes that everybody loves. On my end, my family still hasn't forgiven me for putting Thai basil in the cut and pica, so I thought it went well.
See, now Chef Pete can use the fusion part. You've got a little
I'm
ways to go.
confusion.
Well, the funny thing in my family was many years ago, I tried putting lemongrass and sesame oil in my cut and pica, and my family looked at me very weirdly, and then when they finally ate it, they said, "Wow, this is pretty good."
Right? Yeah.
So every now and then they would ask me to make it again.
Well, there you go. Now we know how to level up our cut and pica, guys. Free tips.
Well, actually, Chef, on a business level, before we let you go, I mean, we've always been such big fans of yours and supporters of your various businesses and everything like that. How are things at the various restaurants that you're operating and everything? What's the foot traffic been like? How busy are you guys?
Because I see here, Chef, on your flyer, it says that you're also going to be discussing the impacts of the pandemic on the food service industry, right?
Absolutely. That's going to be a portion, which is always the bummer discussion nowadays. But pertaining to Mezcla, our outlets, I mean, we're very grateful and very appreciative of the local community. They've been a great, tremendous support. We see a lot of people these days coming in and out of the restaurant, and we are so thankful and blessed to have a community where, even though we're having a major pandemic, people are like, dude, we got to eat. We got to get our Tanala Kutney. So.
And conversely, the service that you provided for the community got so many people, I'm quite through some very, very tough times, because they were like, if I could just have a good, home cooked meal on the kind of food that I enjoy and everything, that would really help.
It was interesting when my wife and I went to eat out for the very first time after the pandemic, and it was probably a year before we actually ate at a restaurant, and it was weird.
It was
very weird.
Yeah.
So, and of course, things are starting to seem kind of normal.
Yeah.
But there's still dangers out there. We just all need to be cognizant and responsible for the things we do and practice every day. And taking care of each other and people around us, and especially the people we love. You know, we gotta be very careful and you know, go out and have fun, enjoy life as much as you can, and just be responsible and do what you got to do. You know.
Thanks, Chef.
That's words of wisdom from the
There you
outdoor
go.
chef
Yep.
himself.
I want to ask though, when you and the wife went out for the first time in over a year, where'd you go?
I'm trying to remember. I think we went to Car Restaurant, which is one of my favorite Chinese restaurants here in Guam.
Yeah. That'd be cool,
So
Chef.
we actually went there for lunch, and we had some dim sum, and we looked around, and it was kind of like, wow, this is weird.
Yeah.
And there was like 4 other tables in there, but it just, you know, it just didn't feel normal after that long of not eating out.
But that's also the one thing that you've really shown us as, you know, members of the Micronesia Chefs Association. Even though, you know, you guys don't see each other as competitors, you're always colleagues, and you guys endorse each other's businesses. You know, you guys compliment each other's, you know, recipes and everything like that. I mean, you guys could be at each other's throats if you wanted to, but you realize that, you know, it's all about community here too.
Oh no, absolutely, and there's the camaraderie between us chefs, man, is amazing, and
no doubt.
With and a lot of us are very close. We're very tight, so it's kind of hard. Like when we compete against each other, it's kind of like a unspoken word kind of you know deal where we go in, we smile at each other, we joke with each other, and then when it begins, we're serious and we're hardcore, and it's time to whip some butt, and then when it's all over and the winners are announced, you know, we go back to being friends again.
That's what it's all about.
Right on. Thank you,
Yeah.
Chef.
All right,
Be
guys,
safe.
thank you for
Yep,
having me. And
of course.
And again, come out and check us out. Guam Community College, you know, they're awesome up there. Chef Paul Kerner, the whole GCC crew. It's going to be an amazing event. We have Dr. Judy Flores going to be talking about culture, and we have some folks from Department of Agriculture going to be talking about farming and the fisheries. And we also have a local archaeologist, Judy Amesbury, going to be talking about some of the artifacts and some of the traditional fishing practices. And we have a bunch of chefs that are going to be showing some local flavors and techniques. So if you got the time, come and check it out.
Right on. Thank you, Chef, again. Be safe. Happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day.
Thank you, guys. Happy Father's Day, everybody. Take care. Zeus Mossy.
Hogamos. There you go. Chef Peter Duenas, 9:56. Quick break, and we'll come back and close out the show next right here on The Link. Good morning.
Our World War II survivors have endured more sacrifice, suffering, fear, hope, and perseverance than we can ever imagine. Their stories have been passed down from generation to generation and have become a central part of the legacies and histories of our families. As we commemorate our 77th annual liberation, we invite you to share these stories and special memories as we present My Liberation Hero. During the month of July, KUAM will feature these tributes on KUAM News as well as on our digital platforms. We ask that you start your video or written submissions with the phrase, My Liberation Hero is. And please submit pictures of your heroes if you have them. Send your emails to liberation@kuam.com. And let's give everyone a chance to reflect and remember these special times and people in our history. Happy 77th Liberation Day, Guam.
Brought to you by Coast 360 Federal Credit Union, Ordot Dental Clinic, and Vince Jewelers.
Family platter of fried chicken? Check. Tray of red rice? Check. Birthday cake? Check. 1 case of water? Check. 12-pack of beer? Check. 2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, UnoGo has that too.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. 'Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
I decided to get vaccinated because I knew that it was the only way to keep myself, my family, friends, and everyone safe. And it was also my way of contributing to the fight against COVID-19. And I also encourage everyone out there, and especially those in the FSM communities here on Guam, to do your part and get vaccinated. My name is Victorious Flan, and I am a proud member of the vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Brought to you by American Medical Center, your partner in healthcare.
Jay, a couple things going on this weekend. I just wanted to give props out to the people helping the Salvation Army.
Yeah, GTA and the Naval Hospital are going to be over in Teason tomorrow from about 7 in the morning until 11, and they are going to be painting the Salvation Army Guam chapter's facilities over there.
Nice.
As they again undertake their big mission to try and get needy kids in our public school system backpacks.
Right, and other school supplies. Hey, it's 9:59 viewers on KUAM TV. Thank you guys so much for jamming with us on this Friday episode of The Link. Remember, guys, it's Father's Day, so make sure you give your dad something nice on Sunday. And, you know, also remembering the fathers who aren't with us anymore, like Jay. I know your dad. You're going to be thinking about your dad this weekend.
Absolutely, yeah. My dad, both of my grandfathers, my Nino, and everything. So, yeah. And
All right.
what better way to make them proud of you than by doing something good for the community?
Nice. Joe, sir, happy Father's Day, brother.
Happy Father's Day, you guys.
Hey, guys, be safe. Remember, there's plenty checkpoints this weekend. So, Dai Talon, my name is Chris. For the team, está. Adios!